Welcome, guys. Welcome. Welcome to baseball heaven. Welcome to baseball heaven, chat. Guys, let me know if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs. Some of the biggest names in the game. What's up, HRC? Welcome back. Always getting new stuff in, guys. If you want to see that list, say the word list in the chat. Let me know. Biggest baseball collection in all of whatnot. What's up, J Sid? Welcome back. We're watching Dodgers versus Yankees. How's everybody's Sunday going? Jay Sid, are you a Yankee fan or a Dodger fan? Yeah, you guys need a win. You guys definitely need a win. That was nightmarish last night. Usually that's us. Usually that's the Mets that look like that. Yeah, no, that was interesting, man. And the Yankees have been playing so good too. That's why it was like so out of the blue, I feel like. I don't know, maybe you as a fan of the team saw it coming, but I feel like a lot of people just did not see as good as the Dodgers are. They're just and you got to feel bad for Judge because didn't Judge still go yard? I'm pretty sure Judge went yard last night and they still lost. You gotta feel bad for the guy. He's starting to get that Mike Trout syndrome. Guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list in the chat. Get it right over to you. Once again, if you want that list, say the word list in the chat. Guys, I'm getting excited for I just booked my annual trip to Cooperstown. So I'm pretty excited. Gonna go see the boys CC get inducted. Should be a pretty good time. Any inductions that are coming up soon that people are looking up for? Looking out for, I mean. We're looking forward to. I'm looking forward to when they finally let Rose in, which is coming soon, we know. But I definitely want to be there for that. That's gonna be that's gonna be crazy. Upstate New York is going to be absolutely a madhouse when they finally induct Rose and Joe Jackson. Guys, say the word list. Let me know that you want to see our list by saying the word list in the chat. That way we know. Once again, chat, we do have a list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseball. Just say the word list in the chat. You want to see that list? I'll tell you, we definitely beat the crap out of the prices that you pay at your local stadium. When you go buy your favorite player at your local stadium, you're paying 3 times as much as you pay here. Let me know that you want to see that list by saying the word list, chat. Say the word list, guys, if you want to see that list. Say the word list, chat, if you want to see that list. Over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs. Say the word list, guys, if you want to see that list. Any Brewers? I have Yount. I don't have Yelich in at the moment, but I do have Yount in. Robin Yount. Oh, currently on roster? No, definitely not. Guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list in the chat. Once again, if you want to see that list, say the word list, guys. Yes, I do. I do have a list, Father. I'm sending it over to you right now. You can check your messages now, Travis. Reggie was in the ballpark before today's game. Showed him at the top of the show, signing autographs. If anybody else wants to see that list, say the word list, and we'll get it forwarded over to you. Over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs. Just say the word list in the chat if you want to see that list. Again, say the word list. Somebody who was unfamiliar with Reggie said, can you show me some identification? He said, I don't need identification. Don't you know who I am? And he said, sorry, sir. And he went on to spell Mr. October. Open door. Be one of the best, Reggie. List in the chat. It's a two cut 60 year on the tire for everybody. Sort of at Margot's point, the expected batting average against him so far tonight from the Dodger lineup, 19, based on quality of contact. Go again, Yarbrough keeps pulling him down. 8 in a row retired by Ryan Yarbrough. Cover on the outside part of the plate. See it so big, and then you just try to lay it over there, but it does not come down. It just stays on the horizontal path. Guys, say the word list in the chat if you want to see that list. Guys, if you want to see our list, say the word list in the chat. Once again, say the word list in the chat.
So you need to tell me investor and third and fourth at bat. Yeah. He will go up there and say hi to Chris again. Yep. He'll mention you by name. Hey, Chris. Just get to the last few innings. Yes.
List in the chat, guys.
Not mine. Show me Ohtani knows my name. I think what they want. You saw, I saw you, and every time I saw you, I said, hey, Coin, every time? That's a little off. Wow. So, it's a show of respect. Culturally, probably not. Something looking. That's probably absolutely right. 9 in a row. And here's Muncy. It's down. It was the first out that it's on about a 4-seam fastball. That has been in contact in play.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
He's missed his share of bats today. Not a high strikeout total, but 12 swing and misses. So just enough, right, to keep you honest. It's not like he came into this game with a real low strikeout total. Actually, pretty high for his career norm. Pitch clock violation. You think? It's automatic here.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Plan to kind of lull you to sleep. You occasionally throw up a pitch clock violation. You wonder long term if you're around the Yankee slot, so they lose Cole. They're going to get Neal back. The original we're going to replace Cole. We're going to do that. What role does Yarbrough play in the puzzle of the Yankee rotation moving forward? There is definitely a role there for as well as he's throwing the ball. We know he can pitch in relief.
If you guys want to see my list, say the word list.
The kind of bulk guy for the Tampa Bay Rays. Aaron Boone absolutely loves him. Says he fit right into the clubhouse, willing to do anything. Obviously, built here with the Yankees. Muncy up the middle. No chance of hit ball from Max Muncy. Maybe a little two-run magic for the Dodgers. It's Muncy off his 2-3-run home run game yesterday. Delivers a hit. He changes things for this Dodger lineup. Once he gets watch out. It's been a big weekend for Max Muncy as he's starting to get his swing and his confidence and stays down through that pitch. Off speed down and in. Line traffic back up the box. Now Kike. We're always talking about the top of the Dodger lineup, how great it is. Ohtani out of the game too. Muncy in that spot. Which stands the lineup for sure. Huge for them.
If you guys want to see the list, say the word list in the chat.
PK moved up in the plate, put that right there. Now the Dodgers consistently tonight. Second runner in this game that reaches second base after the home run from Tommy Edman.
Say the word. List in the chat, guys. List in the chat. See that list.
And his pitcher. Play ball, baseball's mobile youth initiative highlights the fun, accessible ways to play our great game. Learn more at Free Final Game near you. Play ball, Facebook, Instagram. Big guys who contributed big time yesterday was some hit. He's a left-handed hitter. Plays the infield, and he went up for center field. He had a phenomenal throw to get Aaron Judge. Not an option here against the Lefty, so Rojas will bat. Strike one. Look at where that landed. Relative hits him. Just that. Letting Chris Conway know that's one thing that Conway has done. Called the low pitches. It's not called that up in the zone.
Say the word. List in the chat.
Bringing it back up. That pitch right there. Most major league teams feel like that's more valuable. Catch on one knee. Get 6 or 7 of those calls a day. Beats out blocking a ball in the dirt. First real chance for Los Angeles to make some noise. 83. Started outside, strike zone, and came back in.
Say the word. List in the chat, guys.
Shohei is on deck. Toronto's one seal. Center field. Reaching out. It's the way Trent Grisham plays. Cool. No chance for Otani. Chance for the Dodgers get spoiled by Yarbrough. Things that add up to something big. Intel inside. Delivering wins that change.
Say the word. List in the chat, guys, if you want to see our list.
LLC. What's she called? See. She sold it to his naming rights. You know, like stadiums. Kids are so expensive these days. Choice, freeze, 10, and start. I'll be back. Or we could look at some investment options for you. Of course, the right money moves aren't as absurd as you think. Welcome.
Say the word. List in the chat, guys, if you want to see that list.
For just $25. Stream, scroll, browse. That's a top 10. But you already knew all that, didn't you? Visible. It's the news. You do that. Magic away, you can magic it back. Well, I can't get in it. I need to know where my ring is.
Over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseball.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball here on ESPN, presented by Capital One. Once you alone, once you're only down the field. Here is Sid Warren, Chris Gabe, Carl Ravitch, Andy Jenkins, our producer, Mac Logan, our entire support staff. Gets Set to watch Aaron Judge, who will face a new pitcher for the Dodgers. Recently recalled Noah Davis.
Guys, say the word list in the chat. You want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
Yard again today, 23. Tommy and Judge. Shoulder Davis. For strike. Judge probably will let it cease. Davis strikes out. Aaron Judge. Something about it. This year, this is nuts. That's right on the right there. Today's game. Davis has got a little bragging rights for tonight. When he puts his head on his pillow, I got him on 3 benches. Who is your big strikeout? Like a big star. George Hendricks.
Say the word list, guys.
He was playing for the Angels. Vin Scully on the mic. You even knew he was on the mic. I love that because that was what he put himself to sleep with for many a year. Exactly. My head was on the pillow. Vin Scully playing curveball for the young man. You don't want to put too much emphasis on one plate appearance, but when you have Rojas up there and Otani on, that reminds you of the Betts injury and the role he plays on that Dodger offense. Pinch hitter there, and that brings Davis into this game. You had not arrived in the big leagues unless Vin Scully said your name right. Some game, he used to win a game of the week back then. He was everywhere. That was the ultimate. And so like press spots in Los Angeles. He was a poet. Only baseball. Eduardo Coney, when he come down in the clubhouse and seek you both out and with questions. No. It's around, but yeah, not a lot. He was gracious. He would welcome you into his press box and questions. Back-to-back punch-outs. Davis. He's the only man that right now can tell a story, a story with 2 outs that's frowned upon when you're on the mic. And for some odd reason, he could get all those foul balls. And he had the story perfectly right the last out of the plan. Master of planning the play. So Cody Bellinger is going to be a pinch hitter here against Davis. Dodger fans remember his name. He was some young Dodger. Smart move. A couple of reasons. One, because he was a former Dodger, as you mentioned, but also defensively. A much better defensive team with him in there.
Say the word list in the chat, guys, if you want to see that list.
Off the shoulder for Cody, comes in hitting 253, 2 RBI. Rookie of the Year and NL MVP in 19. Thanks for the ring and a 2020 World Series champion. Hit him. He didn't want to be hit. He wanted to swing the bat. I'm back in Dodger Stadium. Let me get one swing. face it. Oh, really? Play here, TK. First and 2, they look like a shortstop. Looks like he can play anywhere. And he can. Time to leave things up. He's still got a smile on his face. It's 6-1 on Sunday Night Baseball. You get medium iced or hot coffee, bacon, egg, and cheese.
Say the word list in the chat, guys. If you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
Help us to keep our enamel for a lifetime. It's backed by science. It is clinically proven to strengthen our teeth. I would recommend this toothpaste to everybody. It's really an amazing product. However you grill, we got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Apple, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Say the word list in the chat. We have a prepared list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
Because Planters nuts are good. Planters nuts. Nuts. A little fun mischief is landing at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. We're blending up a new flavor. Your Ohana-based smoothie. Surf into Tropical Smoothie Cafe with your Ohana. Disney's Lilo and Stitch. Now playing only in theaters. Rated PG. What did you bring back from your last trip?
Say the word list in the chat.
Bit of local art. A soulmate. Finding out you love a good punch. And clamping. And that durian is everything they say it is. Everywhere you go with a great envoy shapes you. Great souvenir of all. Explore our entire world of hotel brands and experiences. You taking Zyzol at night for these allergies while you sleep? So you wake up. Productive day. 24-hour continuous it does not fade. You want to take Zyzol.
Say the word list in the chat, guys. LIST list in the chat.
Season was gone for a 47 and won that MVP. Stolen bases down. You do wonder if his return to the mound will affect his running, meaning how many stolen bases he has. The third time that he sees yard work. This down.
Say the word list in the chat, guys. List in the chat if you want to see our list.
Effective the yard pitch has been. She gets frozen so the entire time. He takes it for a strike. 71 miles an hour, 16 inches. Of course, that was race. Is a bouncer to the third baseman. A long, hard throw. Tony, for 3 now. Yarbrough changing it up. First 2 at-bats, most of the pitches were middle away to show him the last 2. Really good pitches. This one on the inside part. Looking away. It's a little bit. Good enough to get that 5-3.
Guys, if you want to see that list, say the word list in the chat.
He did a foul Wallz. It's remarkable, isn't it? Quality of contact is non-existent. Indeed. Feature the race is on the ball here. That game yesterday, too. How big is this? Yes. There really is more different pitch. He's throwing about 20% of the time. Very unpredictable. Oscar Hernandez finished with 99 runs batted in last year. He's ahead of that pace. He leads this team already. He's got 42 this season. When a guy's personality driven, anytime he's not batting on it, somebody always got a smile on his face. He's desperately wanting to come back and play for a Dodger team where he's knows for the most part every year you're going to have a real chance to beat into deep October.
Say the word, let's guy.
The writings have been way, way, way. Ready to that hit low. He's going to think is as a hitter. He's over 2 tonight. Grounded out. Framing a low pitch and getting the call. And he pitches for Yarbrough. It's a fair to say spinning up at 81. That cutter's been very effective in he's thrown the majority of the time. That's one pitch that he's really increased his usage of. Six innings to the Dodgers.
The Women's World Series heats up in OKC. It's softball's league compete for their ticket to the championship series. It's time to shine on the biggest stage in softball. Women's World Series, presented by Capital One, continues through June 6th on the networks of ESPN.
Season long on ESPN. Exclusively on F1.
Come on, Charlie. Constipated. Fast relief. Fast. Works naturally with your body in as little as 30 minutes. New Therapist. Works gently.
Don't get a $6 meal deal. It's that. You can extra hot coffee. Egg and cheese. 6 toasty hash browns. It's the biggest deal on breakfast. You'll get $6 meal deal. Sunday night baseball, Dodger Stadium, where the Yankees have had their way. The story of the night. The pitching of Ryan Yarbrough. And the potential story may be pitch. The slot. Jason Dominguez. He's got one up and mid on, and the other hand of his appears like he looks at it right there. And then as you watched Aaron Boone come out of the dugout, which we'll show you in a minute, he was telling the home plate umpire, we got an injury. We have an injury, and he was going to pinch hit Bellinger. Watch. He lifts. Injury. And Carl, what just heard for the Yankees is left thumb contusion. Okay. So he had an
Say the word, let's guys.
on the right hand. Into the bag with the one that's not contained. That to me is absolutely ridiculous. Right? That's the name of the brand of the implement. On the other hand, right? Yes. That's the part I do not understand right there. But it is. It's another Yankee. What's that feel like, Eduardo? Right? Not good. In the thigh? Not good at all. He's taking his time as he was looking at Davis as well. Why can't you hit me like you hit Valley with a curveball? Oh, that's going to hit the mark. Yeah, when it hits you and goes straight down like that, that is square business. DJ LeMahieu is now going to try to dig it. It's had a good night. Couple of singles, that's an RBI. Smith wanted that pitch too. Did hit the corner. He just took off his glasses. Went to the back of it.
Say the word, list in the chat, guys.
That's the Yankees. Take a look at this one. That ball was way in the bag. He was able to make the sidearm to the runner. What's the difference? Right? Flip the gear. These matchups are 22. Yes. Yeah. There's a highlight too. A Thurman doing that. TJ is going to pick up another hit. Got jammed on it, but he's got 3 hits in the game tonight. It's a style of hitting. Have a batting style. No touch in his bat. Hit the fastball the other way, like Eduardo said, and pull the brake and stuff. That's the inside of the way. It's got to feel good for DJ. That said 3 hits in the game.
Guys, if you want to see our list, see who we have here. Over 300 signed authenticated Major League Baseballs. Say the word list in the chat.
Mets are coming into Los Angeles to face the Dodgers. Rangers, the Cardinals, the Guardians, and the Red Sox will be there next Sunday night for that. This one in the air, hit fairly well. Say Oscar back to the sun. Rogers has some good at bats. Reminder next Sunday night. It is the Yankees and the Red Sox. Series finale between the two teams. Based on ESPN radio. He came in here with a comfortable lead in the American League. He's slimmed a little bit by the 2 weeks by the Dodgers. Coverage starts 6 Eastern base game tonight, Sunday night countdown. Back to Goldschmidt.
You guys want to see the list? Say the word list in the chat.
Deep counts, right? 2 strikes. So a lot of pitches. Part of that conversation. We're starting with the 2 first basemen. This game, Goldschmidt and Freeman, Hall of Fame players. There are 2 Hall of Fame people within each clubhouse. Like Goldschmidt is just do your job, lunch pail, down. Freddie Freeman doesn't ever really put the spotlight on himself. Produce at a high level. It's a great point. I mean, opposing teammates, or opposing players and teammates, will speak with reverence about Goldschmidt. Yep. We heard it on the mic from Tommy talking about best team we ever had. Of course, everybody knows about Fred. Future Hall of Famers. All right. Freddie's in the postseason stuff that he's done. Thank Goldie.
Say the word list in the chat, guys, if you want to see our list.
The boy had been a captain for Goldie. He played keep it up to with his Yankee team, which I know the conversation about the Yankees after they tried to re-sign Wallz for $660 million. That would have been their preference, but then they pivoted. The question kind of hangs over. Could this team be better in October this year if they make it there? Slide 3 and 2. It's a great question. It's one of those conversations we had with Cody about Rousseau. Is this a deeper team? Is it a better team? Clearly, there's more weapons just by virtue of the numbers. But his point was, remember, we made it to the World Series last year. So that's a to be determined with regards to results. Let's get these just keep us here. You don't have one future Hall of Famer in your lineup, but you're significantly better defensively. And Dave Roberts was talking about that with us earlier today. Obviously, signing Max Fried has paid off in a big way. I think one of my biggest questions is what did the Yankees have before the trade deadline? Second baseman, third baseman, starting pitcher, something. It's shattered. Able to pick it up. That is innocently laying there. Shortstop fishing. That handle just outside of this is the got blown up. We'll see who's win. And he finds the Tommy fade away. As the Dodgers will try to rally against the Yankee.
When I switch to T-Mobile, you'll give me an iPhone 16. You'll help me off my first phone, and I still get to keep it.
That's right. Go trade it.
I'm not gonna trade it.
All right. Now at T-Mobile.
No, that's not.
It's 20% versus the big
I
guys.
feel like I have to give you something in return for karma. Box of raisins. I'm a mom. A balloon. Banana peel.
It's our best iPhone offer. Switch to T-Mobile, get a new iPhone 15 Pro on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your old phone up to $800.
Take whatever you want.
Nuts.
No. What Planters nuts is not nuts. It's nuts. Because Planters nuts are good.
Planters nuts. 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 We should have some right. Not the strength.
Honestly, we've been together for a while, so I think tested for a real person. I know I should get tested for HIV, but honestly, I'm afraid to find out.
Honestly, I should ask him where his HIV is. Honestly, no one wants to think about HIV. But there are things that everyone can do to help protect their sexual health.
It starts with condoms and being regularly tested for HIV and other STIs, so you know your status.
And talk honestly with a healthcare provider about your sexual health and all the prevention options. If you're HIV negative, your healthcare provider can decide if PrEP may be right for you. PrEP means the team can take medicine before you're exposed to HIV to help reduce your chances of getting it. And it can be 99% effective when taken as prescribed. I'm going to get tested and find out about all my prevention options. Because honestly, our health is worth protecting.
A little blue mischief is landing at Tropical Smoothie Cafe. We're blending up a new flavor, the Ohana Freeze Smoothie. Surf into Tropical Smoothie Cafe with your Ohana. Disney Lilo and Stitch, now playing only in theaters. Rated PG.
Cardholders get exclusive tickets every MLB game. Can I get a couple? Eligible Capital One Rewards cardholders, you can redeem your reward ticket to your favorite MLB teams throughout the season. With Capital One Entertainment, scan the QR code to learn more. Yarborough out, Jonathan Weisinger is in Friday night. See what the mindset of the Dodgers offense is everything really well for Yarborough. Now, Weisinger doesn't have PitchCom working really well. All right, before he gets off the mound again, so they got rid of a guy that was making you look really foolish. And then you got a professional power pitcher in the Weisinger.
And it's time for the Dodgers to put up right now because the top of the order did not do much against Ryan Hooker. But I'll tell you this is a positive. We saw it in the World Series where the Dodgers capitalized on that style when the Rays took them out. So it's something that's in the back of the mind of a lot of players in those dugouts.
Strike one at 96. Tani, Teoscar Hernandez, Freeman, and Smith against Yarborough went 4-11. They struck out 3 times. Nasty curveball from Loisaga. Loisaga is known for tremendous movement on his two-seam fastball, running it in on right-handed batters. Smith underneath it on the infield. Volpe still going back, and he's able to make the catch. Boy, the wind appeared to get that late. Well, we talked a lot about the lack of velocity or the finesse. Bats came into this game with 35 strikeouts and 35 in the third innings. Tonight, he ran 40%, 17 swinging misses on all of his pitches, 7 on the sweeper, 4 on the cutter, 3 on the sinker, and 2 on his changeup. That ball is crushed, and just like that, the Dodgers get a little life as Andy Myers jumps all over the first one from Loisaga. No doubt about it, shot for Andy Pages is 11. And for the light for LA.
Yeah, we talked about Yarborough being out of the game. What will that do to the offense of the Dodgers? Well, they get one back. 6-4.
Pages looks real, too. You see that two-seam?
Yes, he does.
He just cuts him off with the pass. He's got some talent. He's got some pop. He goes the other way now. Gets from the left side. I was getting that with you, Ed, when you have one Yarborough and you go to a more conventional guy, I would think they get more comfortable. So uncomfortable and so unorthodox.
These guys used to seeing Vega. As well.
Average Major League fastball about 94 miles an hour, around in there, give or take. Jamie Moyer knew it, who you mentioned earlier.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
sends that to the seats. In the beginning as well. It's true.
Didn't let him get that two-seamer in there.
Yep.
Just cut him off right at the point. And kept it fair. So easy to get around that. Hope that ball down.
The lefty, Sam Hill, another side armor, funky delivery, will be for the Yankees. 1-2 to Edmund with one down. Pitch held on to by Wallz, and Edmund is gone. Curveball's been a weapon early in this one for Loizaga.
You guys saw that shot of Teoscar Hernandez.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
We've heard from the Dodgers.
List in the chat.
It was kind of like big brother and little brother. And let me tell you, when he hit the ball out, Teoscar was so fired up to get those sunflower seeds out. Like he came right to come back here. I think he needed to do a demo with sunflowers with Teoscar. That's a great mentor to have for young players. I mean, flavor. Of course.
Ranch. That's on clock violation. The adjustment pitchers made to the clock was quick. Adjusted to it, sort of something they didn't really pay much attention to it. Tonight, a couple of violations against the Yankees pitchers.
Well, who's adjusted to it too? The fans. Come right up on it. Especially when they come from the umpire. Everybody knows that sign, right? Watch. Immediate reaction with the fan.
Guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list in the chat.
There's no two ways about it. A few others.
It's a great thing to do around the place, too. You know, the baseball house, when things aren't moving at the pace you want them to, you know, walking around and you're like, let's
Universal.
Say the word list in the chat, guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
just the Dodgers. Yankee lead now down to 62. Garber was pitching almost like the Organs. He can silence the Organs. Let's see. Face. It's the 2 hits and a couple of homers have brought the Dodgers at 6-3.
If you guys want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list in the chat. Get that list right over to you. The word is list in the chat. Drop that word list in the chat, and we will send you over the brand new list. Signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
Rematch between the Dodgers and the Yankees.
Say the word list in the chat, guys. Let me know that you want to see my list. over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseball.
Blue Bonds. First of the game for Los Angeles. 25 they've done this season. It's nothing about it. Stay in there.
Say the word list in the chat, guys. Let me know that you want to see our list by saying the word list, and we'll get it over to you as soon as possible.
Appreciates the bright lights. PK Hernandez right here against this team. Switch pitch 96 yards. Yes. Frustration from the lines of Illinois giving up Wallz to Ballz. Making out this for October, who was in the park tonight, and Max Muncy getting it closer.
Say the word list in the chat, guys. If you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs. Once again, say the word list in the chat. Let me know if you guys want to see our list. Over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs. Guys, if you want to see that brand new updated list, say the word list in the chat. LIST in the chat.
How do you do that?
Over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs. Names from Joe DiMaggio to Derek Jeter. Say the word list, guys.
Welcome back to Sunday Night Baseball here on ESPN, presented by Capital One. What's in your wallet? The NBA Finals start Thursday night, 8:30 Eastern Time on ABC with SGA and the Thunder facing off against Halliburton, Scott with the Pacers. Game 1 coverage tips for the NBA countdown show at 8 Eastern. First pitch,
Say the word list in the chat, guys. List in the chat. Let me know that you want to see my list.
scored upon in 9 of 13 outings this season. And he quickly gets that strike call. Thought he was going to be behind 2-0. Christians looked to his umpire like, I should be ahead 2-0.
He's been consistent calling the ball just below the zone all night.
On both sides.
Understands the zone really well. Frustrating. Definitely a low ball for you. He called the one at the top of the box very much at all. But he has those consistency.
Judge took Stratton deep yesterday in that game.
Now the challenge for Stratton is big number 99. Guy with a gavel chain is the only Yankee starter who doesn't have a hit today. It's not a great playing in Major League Baseball, but gavel on your chains. That's pretty dominant, pretty flexy. It's a drop of mic. Missed. That's what you call turning on the fan. Sure to leave in a big way. 6. Talk about different styles of pitchers tonight. The difference in the style and approach of Judge is very controlled as they swing versus Otani, who is very aggressive. Otani almost like a reverse C. Yeah. Describing a golf swing. Yeah. That arching back where Judge is more coiled than the back hip. Judge. Well executed. Off speed, down and in. Looks like a fastball. You can see right in your living room. At the last minute, it dives down. That's the effectiveness. Off speed, weekend. Righty off the so hard to lay off. Now Ben Rice swings the 2 shot right. And Stratton does his job. It's 9, Otani, and Teoscar when we come back to the bottom of the 8th. There is one goal to get to Otani. Heat has been turned on. That's one way to get the party started. Every pitch, every swing, every play matters. Is this the year they reach the promised land? Regionals continue through Monday on the networks of ESPN. Welcome to the show, the one with unimaginable power and endless entertainment. You can't help but be awed by it all. Sunday Night Baseball. Every Sunday, all season on ESPN. For the team ready to conquer the grandest stage, their mentality, an unforgettable journey is nearing its finale.
If you guys want to see that list, say the word list. We have over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
No. With Planters nuts, it's not nuts. It's nuts. Because Planters nuts are good.
Let me know what you guys are looking for.
Nuts. What did you bring back from your last trip? A dumpling you'll never forget. Nature truly feels like a bit of local art. A soulmate for the week. Finding out.
Say the word list, guys, if you want to see that list.
And that durian is every little thing. Everywhere you go with Mary, which looks you, you do the souvenir all. Hotel brands and experiences. Right. According to the Office of the Commissioner of Baseball, and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game cannot be disseminated without the absolute knowledge. Sunday Night Baseball on ESPN, presented by regular season meeting between the two heavily focused on superstars Shohei Ohtani and Aaron Judge. Tonight it's been these supporting cast that have helped their teams. Ohtani's got a chance to make a statement here in the bottom of the 8th. That's second. Be part of the action like never before. Cast your vote.
Say the word list in the chat, guys. List in the chat.
Devin Williams in. My son Kim had a phenomenal game yesterday, and he bats now for the Dodgers. Almost got him. If Kim can fly, it's eager to get on the bases.
List in the chat.
Tough start to his Yankee career for Devin Williams, but much sharper as of late. K rate's going up. Walk rate's coming back down.
Say the word list in the chat, guys. List in the chat.
Craving more baseball? Just tell Siri, show me today's MLB schedule. So our buddy Daniel Kim, who of course worked with us during KBO weekend during COVID, sent me a long text message about Tyson's game. Youngstown High School, Jim Troy and Peter Blue went there. Drafted in the second round of the 2017 draft. First round pick was Jung Woo Lee, who was first for the Giants. Lee and Kim were drafted at short, but the Cleveland Heroes had Hassan Kim at short. So Hassan took over second. Lee moved into center field. Hassan Kim closely scouted by the MLB teams, and all of a sudden they realized Hassan Kim is really a good player as well. Played some left field for 21 seasons, but in 8 KBO seasons, never played as a center fielder. I showed him the text message that they put us before the game, and as he was reading it, he said, "Oh, that's about me." Yes, this is from Daniel Kim, who he, of course, like everybody in Korea that knows baseball, knows our buddy Daniel Kim. He was on base a whole bunch of times last night. Hassan Kim goes the other way. An Ichiro type swing on a pitch outside. Pulls up there. That's in there for a strike.
Showing can handle the pitch up as well. Velo love, and that's really impressive. And the Dodgers have been real happy with his development.
List in the chat, my friends. Any Padres? I have Nettles. I have Gossage. I forget if Raleigh Fingers pitched for them. I think he did. Right? Padre. I'm sold out on Hoffman right now. No Tatis at the moment. I have Bonds. Bonds isn't a Padre. He's a fucking giant. I'm losing my mind. I have pods. I don't think that I don't think that there's anyone else at the moment except for Goose, Nettles, and Fingers if he pitched for. I think Fingers pitched for San Diego. And I'm getting Hoffman in for next show. So Hoffman will be here for tomorrow.
It's up a little bit, but you got to just enough. Anytime you get what's on the ground, it's a pitcher.
Nando comes in a decent amount.
There, it looked like Will's eyes told the story of, oh, well, we got away with one there against Otani. It was a really good look. Go take another look at it. That one nearly hit him. Once the eyes go,
If anyone else wants to see or hear about players that we may have, say the word list or ask about any player, and we will share with you if we have them. And any details you may want to know.
all the information you got to go through. before a game, all the different pitchers you have to catch up because of all the relievers that are prominent in the game.
LIST list in the chat.
Located here by them, and after that early hiccup by throwing that one wide in. Found something at bat against Otani and Cindy Rojo. Teoscar 0 for 3.
I see a lot of starters in other games, but I don't see a lot of relievers coming in and calling their own game. Early on in the season, Williams got out, he wasn't doing this. It's a good pickup.
If anybody wants to see that list of signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list.
Performance by Devin Williams, who is showing signs here for the Yankees as the season wears on. They've kept it in check. They got baseball hitting every game this year, and the 1 for 4 are 0 for 14 tonight.
Over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs. Say the word list in the chat. You got that brand new updated list. Signed baseballs.
Being Jablonski Auto Body LLC.
We actually sold the Twins naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here it comes.
Oasis, Breeze, Tan, and Spa.
You need a tan? I'm your man. We do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Or stress. The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Say the word list in the chat.
The ultimate wireless hack. It's one line. Powered with unlimited data on Verizon's 5G network for just $25 a month. Stream
Over 300 signed, authenticated Major League
it's a top-tier network.
Baseballs. Indeed. Over 300.
That was a new car, huh? Yep.
Let me know if you guys want to see this list.
For a big L, so now she's
It's a pretty big list. Let me know if you guys want to see it. Say the word list and we'll get it forwarded right over to you.
like the neighbor State Farm is there. Just give State Farm a call. We'll get to work. Excuse me, guys, if the queen is already working here. Like a good neighbor.
Any baseball slabs, as in cards?
We're back. Best coverage in today's games. If you look at the highlights, center cut.
Yes, sir. I got you. Mostly vintage and high end stuff. When I say vintage high end, I mean like mantles, Koufaxes, Campanellas, that type of stuff. If that interests you, I do have some slabs I could run through.
Day off tomorrow before the Guardians come in.
He said, "Whoa." Let me grab him. Hold on.
Tyson Kim is now playing shortstop for Washington.
Go through some stuff that we just got back from PSA first.
Judge decides
Got a 57 Campanella. They gave this a 2. Robbery. Highway robbery. Um, they gave this Spawn a 4.
another off day, so 2 off days in the next 7 for New York.
This Dylan Carlson 2021. I was expecting a 10 on this one. I'm crazy upset about this one. This is not an 8. I don't understand that grade. Then we got some signed authentic cards, just 3 Doc Gooden ones, just to show you what we just got back in from them. But let me get into the case and show you the fun stuff.
They are so fortified already. But as you've discussed with the Yankees, some of their needs.
Oh, it's already open.
Where do you think most of the Dodgers deadline where they might go if they plan to go anywhere? Well,
All right, are you ready?
inclination is to
You ready to take a trip?
the dream for the Dodgers is to get past the All-Star break, and then at some point you get Blake Snell back. You have Ohtani joining the rotation. You have Tyler Glasnow maybe coming back. That's
All right,
the dream scenario.
let's roll.
But if not, we've seen the Dodgers so often be
1955
pitching.
rookie Sandy Koufax. Rookie Sandy Koufax.
They celebrated his 53rd birthday yesterday. The way that he would use Ohtani after the All-Star break as a starter made it seem like, given that
1956.
he becomes almost,
I got
in his first start, maybe
Koufax again.
next start, maybe 3 innings. And as he works back into it, you can get into the
I got
56th. As he said, it's all gravy.
Campanella,
Necessarily
56.
we have Landon
Another 56 Campy.
Consulate, whoever it may be. He comes in after Otani's done his work. It's a great morning.
56 Pee Wee Reese.
But for the Dodgers, for me, obviously, is get healthy, get those guys back that Buster mentioned, and get Conforto right. Now Wallz in the ninth.
58 Mantle,
60 days.
All-Star.
On the Yankee side, it's figure out your infield. Jazz Chisholm's coming back, obviously, for the Dodgers. Get that guy back. Glasnow, right? He's going to get the ball in the playoffs if he's right. See the guy next to him.
59 Mantle. Yeah, the 58 Mantle is pretty cool. 59 Mantle.
There's a lot of belief. There's a lot of
That one's a 2.
come up through the Dodger organization that are on the AL. And they used to have this philosophy of let's protect them.
60 Mantle.
They never got into the minor league. Yeah, that was not the limit here at Major League level.
That one's a 4.
And because the Dodgers have changed the way that they are developing.
All right. Now you've got your M&M Brothers. 1961 M&M Brothers. Mantle, 5.
That was an excellent point.
Maris, 5.
Knowledge that we all have.
Can I do a givey?
Et and yet people
I'm showing you some crazy high-end cards right now.
the answers, all of the answers. Otherwise, we'd be healthy. And they have what? 14
You got them in a 4 also.
of the IL. Goes all popped up. Elliott's going to have to retreat. This one is hitting just over the screen. No chance for Will Smith.
I don't know how these got past me. More 57, 57 Koufax, and 57 Campanella. Last year in Brooklyn.
I see it. I just sense an interview. I sense Buster. You've been great, Buster, with all the fans. How many times has Scott Morris?
And I got some Tom Seaver rookies. 1. Two.
I need you right to the end. You got to ask him, did you catch the ball? I mean, I need to get the answer to that.
And 3.
I'll be ready to move.
Moving on to 1960. Oh, more 68. This is a Mantle, a 4.
6-3 game with one. Will not have another chance, Scott Morris, to catch down.
That'll be the first time he gets interviewed because of a foul ball.
1969. Mantle's last year in print. That's a 2. 1991. Bernie Williams. Mint 10. That's going to be a rookie, too.
That's another up-four-seam fastball.
2018 tops now. Ronald Acuna Jr. That's a 9. And I got this 2023 Platinum Anniversary Randy Johnson.
He's about 25 away or so. Good chance it's going to happen.
That's what I got in right now on the slabs.
Very elite clubs.
26 to 3,000. All-time ranks, 5th ERA, 4th in opponent's batting average. Now, Hall of Fame.
Thanks for hanging out and taking a look at the slabs. I also have a list of our signed authenticated baseballs. If you or anybody else is interested, say the word list. I'll get it right over to you.
We're in the top of the 9th inning. Here's Mookie Betts. Today was the first day he was able to put a shoe on and move around. He said he did some work on the infield. This one is to right field. See, Oscar back, still back at the wall. Bounces off the base again. DJ LeMahieu, what a night. A double there. Bellinger will
Say the word list in the chat if you want to see our list of over 300 signed authenticated Major League Baseballs.
Another pitch with velo. DJ gets on top of it. This one stays opposite zone, slider through the zone. The bat hand takes a good look at it. Feeling good off the bat. Way over Oscar Hernandez's reach. Max Muncy was the big story coming out of this thing. 4 hits for DJ LeMahieu.
Definitely raises your eyebrow a bit. Eduardo can speak to that. You know, sometimes for hitters, a couple of swings and your confidence comes. It's hard to explain. You just get out of your own way. It's same for pitchers. You're on the mound.
Yep.
It's a tough game mentally. Sometimes you're just in your own way. And for DJ LeMahieu, well, you just start feeling it all of a sudden. Those two guys right there. Well,
Yes.
gonna remember this weekend maybe.
It'll be a short flight to New York for DJ after those 4 hits and a W, possibility of a W.
And if those two guys can get back to anywhere near their normal production, what a huge lift that is for both sides.
One of those weekends that you hope what happened in LA doesn't stay in LA for those two. The average has gone from 171 to 239. It's a 58-point average boost.
And even more emotionally, probably.
I'd be 100% right.
I could really sympathize with DJ LeMahieu because I fell on my face at the end of my career, and I was desperate not to let it end that way. Can't tell you how much that eats it, keeps you up at night. Especially a great player like DJ LeMahieu.
Yep.
Batting champion.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
I know I got something left. I'm desperate to prove it.
And that swing works so well and works so well at Yankee Stadium when he's on. Especially with the short porch and right.
Not going to get that call. That's ball 4 to Peraza.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Rafael Devers' bat's been working for him. We don't see him in the field anymore. Next Sunday night, we will watch Rafi Devers and Aaron Judge, the Yankees and the Red Sox, at 7 Eastern time on ESPN, ESPN Deportes and ESPN.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Baseball tonight, Sunday night countdown. They're in the standings. Boston 29 and 32, trying to find their footing against the Atlanta Braves. For Shea, pitched, had 12 strikeouts.
Today in a win, the Orioles 13 and a hook behind. Tampa doing Tampa things, a game over 500.
Say the word, list in the chat, guys.
Stoltzman comes up in a situation that he has lit up with runners in scoring position all season long. Yankees came in with a plus 90
List in the chat.
differential. And that was significantly sliced into when they gave 16 back last night.
List in the chat, my friends.
You're blowing teams away with your run differential, and all of a sudden you drop a 18-2 spot on that. It's one thing about run differential. You need a big sample size, right, to kind of to see trends. It does tell a story, though. When you look down on Yankee pen, Luke Weaver was up. That tack-on run, and 7-3 sat him down. Tim Hill got up. He misses one right down the middle at 91.
List in the chat, my friends. List in the chat. Say the word list in the chat, and we will send you our list of signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
They don't look at it like end of the world. You can't. You can't survive a Major League season if you ride the roller coaster of emotions like that. Dodgers got swept by the Angels recently, didn't they? But there's something more here. I mean, it's because of series, right? Yes, especially considering that these two teams met in the World Series last year.
Say the word list in the chat, guys. LIST, list in the chat.
Everybody talks about they get all the free agents. Now it's the Dodgers. They sign everybody. Two Goldie rolls one over to third. That's fielded cleanly by Muncy, and that will do it. Which will bring the Dodgers up with a last chance. Trailing by 4. Freddie, Will, and Eddie Baez. I caught the ball. I caught it. We're on you, Boris. We're on you. So on you. Fire it up.
The all-new Dragon Flame Grilled Whopper is here at BK. Bold, juicy, flame grilled, and ready for adventure. Experience a new kind of flame at Burger King. How to Train Your Dragon, coming to theaters June 13th. Don't let congestion take over. Afrinoprin. Wow, ridiculously fast nasal congestion relief. Wow. The wow is real.
At Ace, however you grill, we've got the perfect one for you. Because only your local Ace has all the best brands in one place, like Weber, Big Green Egg, Traeger, and Blackstone. That sounds pretty perfect.
Ace is the place to helpful hardware, folks.
Don't go back.
Good morning. Good morning.
New Dulcolax Liquid Gel reactivates your natural gut rhythm overnight for relief that feels amazing. New Dulcolax Liquid Gel. Pronamel, clinical enamel spray, can help us to keep our enamel for a lifetime. It's backed by science. It is clinically proven to strengthen our teeth. I would recommend this toothpaste to everybody. It's really an amazing product. A history of winning started.
I got you, Big Lance.
65 games using steam, using sweat. The solution? A drink that hydrates better than water. Change the game forever. Naturally, we called our stuff Gatorade.
Fillet of potatoes? Oh, yes.
You could check your messages, boss.
And pasta? Hello, creaminess. Philadelphia, a creamy touch of magic.
One more. Will Smith and the Boris Corporation, but right there on that foul ball. And
If anyone else wants to see that list that we just sent to Lance, say the word list in the chat.
biggest agent, Boris, who then picked it up, held it up, and of course that means Buster's got the interview. That's right, Scott. You've been evaluating players for a lot of years. How would you assess your performance on that ball?
I was clearly a bat first player, no doubt. Caught one against Arizona. We don't get many here in the front row, but that hit the net a little bit. But my main thing was I looked at the umpire and he ruled it a catch, so we're all good.
Right. Eduardo Barons wanted me to ask you, how many text messages have you gotten since it fell at your feet?
Well, the key thing was I got one from Charles Johnson and Gold Glover, so I'm all good.
Scott, thanks. Back to you, Carl.
Buster, beautiful. Thank you. Well, the Dodgers fans know it starts with Freddie. Here he is against Hill on this inside. They go with the lefty Tim Hill,
Which is a little bit of ironic when you think back to Game 1 of the World Series last year.
Great call.
Tim Hill was an option left in the bullpen for Nestor Cortez.
Great call.
List in the chat, my friends, if you want to see our list.
Come from behind wins, most in baseball from the Los Angeles Dodgers. Freddie Freeman hasn't reached base yet. Sinker misses. Favorable count for Freeman with Will Smith on deck, and then Pages, who's home. Perry's winning there. 3-2 count. Get off of me.
Pitch way inside. That's an 89-mile-per-hour pitch. As a left-handed hitter, it's tough to take. I think it's coming in a little bit more.
Held on to. Freeman strikes out, and that's an 0 for 4 nights and a couple of punch outs for Freeman tonight.
Well, you know what he's going to throw. It's a center-on fastball. It's got some movement, but it does something different every time.
Great job by Wallz to hang on to that.
Deception coming down low like that. He gets life and movement in the upper 80s.
It's a double whammy. If you're going to throw Yarbrough and Hill the same game.
It makes Tim Hill successful on the mound. He's fearless. They just put the guy 88 to 2 I'm not throwing over the plate.
Say the word list in the chat if you want to see the list, guys.
Generally speaking, he does.
Smith is up. Top 4 in the Dodger order. Ohtani, Teoscar, Freeman, and Smith. 0-16. No, it's not. 0 for 16. The rest of the team has 6 hits. Barring a miracle comeback, it'll be that game where the top 4 do not get a hit as Pages swings and misses.
Something the fans here are not accustomed to seeing.
Never. One ball, one strike. Sports Center follows us. We'll have reaction from right here. This World Series rematch. It looks like the Yankees are going to take 1 of 3. And plus how the butterfly effect helps shape the Thunder and Pacers path to the finals. A pointer to end it, and the Yankees will win it. The final score 7-3. Pages hit it on the nose, but right at, fittingly tonight, DJ LeMahieu.
Very apropos. Big night for DJ LeMahieu, or sort of a redemption night for him. This has to feel good.
Got to feel good, too, for Ryan Yarbrough, who was outstanding.
Dodgers win the series. Yankees take game 3. We'll see you next Sunday night from Yankee Stadium for the Red Sox and the Yankees. Our final score here on a Sunday night, Yankees 7 and the LA Dodgers 3. For everybody here, David Cohen, Eduardo Perez, Buster Olney, and those in the control room back in Bristol. I'm Carl Ravitch. Have a super night, Sports Center, Nicole Bristol.
I remember how my dad taped his bats. So I did it, just like him. So I would start off here, and I would mark it with my hands. I would level it out, go back up, crisscrossing, and then I would finish it off with about 5 or 6 wraps at the top. Smooth everything out. And see how that is.
George Kenneth Griffey Jr. Ken Jr. the Kid. Holy cow, the Kid! The 5-tool center fielder whose sweet swing and winning smile helped define a new age for baseball's popularity.
Destiny can be a tempting idea to believe in. Nowhere more so than in sports, where you might see things so beautiful, so effortless, so perfect, that you could swear that they were meant to be. Stories that sound like they came out of a book. Figures who carry themselves with the conviction that they were born to dazzle.
For me, playing baseball was what I wanted to do. I wanted to be able to leave a mark on the ball, somehow, some way.
Eventually, everyone realizes that destiny isn't a real thing, that perfection doesn't last forever, and that the stories don't always go the way you would have written them. But looking back, when you recognize that a star like him wasn't simply meant to be, you understand better just how improbable he was, and you really get how lucky we all were to watch it.
This is the story of the baddest man in the land. Did you see him walk to the plate? Look out.
This guy was special from the day he arrived. He was such a natural talent.
The way he looked, the way he run, the way he swing, it's like he makes the game of baseball cool.
Perfect timing.
I didn't do it because of the money. I didn't do it for the fame. I did it because I loved baseball.
You'll find the Griffey family's roots here, southwestern Pennsylvania, proudly blue-collar country.
I was born in a steel mill town where people didn't throw money away. Did I understand it at the time? No, I just thought it was normal.
Did my parents complain about these things? No. Mm-mm. Growing up in Denora, we didn't have an easy life. We struggled, but we always stayed together. Everything was about family. My dad didn't have a whole lot growing up, so I didn't have the best things that money could buy because my dad was like, you have to earn those things.
Ken Griffey Sr. was a ball player whose journey to the big leagues epitomized hard work and self-belief.
I spent four and a half, almost 5 years in the minor leagues. You know, a lot of people didn't believe that I could play baseball in my hometown. When I got that first major league contract, they believed it.
Ken Griffey Sr. was a ball player whose journey to the big leagues epitomized hard work and self-belief.
I spent four and a half, almost 5 years in the minor leagues. You know, a lot of people didn't believe that I could play baseball from my hometown. When I got that first major league contract, they believed in me then.
One ball and no strikes on Griffey. Underwood with a slow come down to the belt. He throws. Griffey swings. Slow chopper right side. Here comes Concepcion. And the 1976 pennant belongs to the Reds.
Griffey won 2 World Series titles as part of the iconic Big Red Machine in the mid-1970s. He was a 3-time All-Star in Cincinnati and a role model for his oldest son.
Growing up, watching me play all the time, he told me he wanted to be a Major League Baseball player. Like every other kid, you know, and you always want to follow in your father's footsteps.
So Ken Griffey Jr. grew up around one of the best baseball teams of all time, coming to the yard whenever he could, soaking up every chance to get in on the action.
Guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list in the chat.
This kid was a little bit different than most. What gave you the first clue that he had the chance to be as good as he would help play?
Well, you know, the first clue was the idea that all the talk, you know, because I hadn't seen him over the last five years in terms of I was in New York, and I just never got a chance to see that much of him.
Senior would spend much of the second half of his career outside of Cincinnati, which only heightened the tough parts of having a ball player for a dad.
Pops being an athlete, leaving, coming home. You really come from a single parent household because your dad's going off playing ball, making a living, and your mom's home every night making sure we're okay. You know, as a kid, you resent that because, you know, I'm the one kid in, you know, Little League Baseball that doesn't see his dad. You know, every dad's there on Saturday. My dad's not there. He's working.
Still, if there were adjustments to make for a life as Ken Griffey Jr., there was no denying he had a gift for the game, a gift that looked even greater than his dad's, a gift that sparkled on the field at Cincinnati's Moeller High.
Of course, I had heard of and watched for years Ken Griffey Sr., and then I heard about his son, who was a phenom that was 13, 14 years old.
Let me know if you guys want to see the list. Signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
As a young kid, watching him play a few times, but once he really got into those high school years, that's when heads started turning.
I knew that there was really high interest in Kenny. It started with some area scouts, and then there were more scouts there than they were fans.
I mean, they would take measures out past the fence. They're out measuring up to 350, 400 because that's basically how far he was hitting.
Toward the end, there became less and less scouts, even to the point where there were only 2 or 3 in the stand because everybody knew that Junior was not going to last past the second or third pick.
The best decision this organization ever made was in the June draft of 1987.
Okay, we're ready to go then with the first round. First selection goes to Seattle.
The ball club was
Wow.
struggling in the Northwest to put together a winning team, but they really needed somebody to rally around. They really needed a superstar.
After batting close to 500 in high school, Ken Griffey Jr. has taken a few steps on his own. Major League Scouting report says the kid is faster and more powerful than his dad.
I want to go number 1. That was a big deal to me. Not everybody can say that they're the first pick in the country.
Seattle's selection is George Kidd Griffey, center fielder from Muller High School in Ohio.
How do you feel? I feel fine. That's fine.
There are now two Ken Griffeys in professional baseball. Seattle Mariners using the number one pick in the nation on a 17-year-old center fielder with the genes of a major leaguer.
It's going to take a few years, and we're not going to rush him. And but we hope that in 4 or 5 years he'll be a star player for us.
Well, he got drafted number one by the Seattle Mariners. And the first question he asked me was, where is Seattle? I remember the first time I saw him, it was in Seattle. And he'd just been drafted as the number one draft pick. So the number ones always come and take batting practice for the major league team. He hops in the cage, starts swinging the bat, he's hitting balls in the upper deck. I remember going, woo, things are going to change around here.
Starting with his first day in a uniform in 1987, Ken Griffey Jr. tore up the minor leagues over his first 2 seasons in professional baseball.
Do you feel pressure because you were the number one pick?
No, just go out and have fun and play as hard as I can every day.
He played really well that season. And then after that, the Mariners called. They said, hey, look, we want to invite him to the big league camp.
What's up,
I
Rob?
want you to get the wrong idea. This is not for the purpose of him making the team. We just wanted to see how he can play against the veteran players.
Nice.
Junior comes to spring training for the big club, and he makes the club out of spring training. It's about 360, 370. That's a great sprint.
All of a sudden, Junior at 19 was going to open the season.
Doing well, doing well. We're watching a documentary about Junior right now. It's actually pretty good.
In Oakland. And here he is walking up to home plate for the very
But we're
first time.
doing good.
Here's a young fella who's the story of spring training.
This may sound silly, but we're it actually it feels it's nice to have a nice little quiet night. You know, the past bunch of nights you guys have just been buying, and um a lot of these shows, Rob, like the bigger shows, if you pop into like the bigger shows, they're all like moderated. They have multiple people operating the show. This is just me here. So it feels nice to have a little, chillax, and it's not as, but it's never bad to be busy. Never bad to be busy, but
25 years ago, I don't want to say I was there when Ken Griffey Jr. made his home debut.
his swing is so sweet.
You know, I'm getting to watch history from the start.
What a shame that he didn't have a son, because those Griffey genes are strong.
There's a kid that's full of energy, constantly smiling.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Rob. And unfortunately, you guys can't even see the selection, but I truly do have the best selection in the sense that, Rob, for example, if you say Roger Clemens, I'm able to show you multiple Roger Clemens balls. Because for example, I was able to show were you here when I showed the different shillings?
Upper deck rookie baseball card.
I just
Hero chain
I have different stuff for everything.
in the
You
suite.
know,
And
I
I
want
knew it was about to be something
because
special.
I'll explain that briefly. So when I first got into this, I started buying excuse me, everything perfect. Like this Pete Rose. Perfect, perfect, perfect. But then I started doing this. I got into this, and I learned, I'm like, wow, a lot of people appreciate different types of balls. While I love the white, 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 white like that, there are a lot of people that really appreciate a toned ball, or they'll appreciate, they even, there are some people that like a light autograph because to them it looks more. real and less, more like it was signed in person at a baseball game rather than at a table. You know what I mean? So some people prefer. So for that reason, we've expanded, and now you tell me Ted Williams, I'll show you five Ted Williams. You say Paul Skeens, I show you five Paul Skeens. To me, they all look the same. To be honest, with a lot of them, like Skeens, for example, Skeens, they all look the same. Koufax, I have different examples for Koufax. I have a Koufax that looks like that. I have a Koufax that looks like that, and I have another one that's like right in the middle of those two that I could show you as well. And what I say when I say, Rob, that you could barely even tell is that typically, Rob, I have everything organized, but we've been in the middle of a move, so I've been waiting for my cubes to come in. So clearly, that's why I have like a mountain of stuff here. I don't know if you realize, but the mountain actually got smaller between yesterday and today. We got about 50 cubes in the mail. So we were able to get about 50 balls that were sitting on the table yesterday into the cubes. But typically, everything is super organized, and I'll be able to show you like five Cals right in a row. I mean, does it make sense for me to have Cal here and then Cal over here and then Cal around back there? No, you know. So that's not typically how I run things. Typically, you really, really have a serious selection, like directly, like right in front of your face. So, and I do apologize for that. We're getting towards there. The rest of the cubes should arrive tomorrow. So hopefully for tomorrow's show, we should be all organized and back to normal, where I just have a line of DiMaggios, a line of mantles, and that it makes it easier to shop rather than me picking, each individual mantle. You know, I have, for example, I have four of my non um non-inscribed mantles here. So I have a couple mantles that say best wishes, but I have my four non-inscribed ones here. And you would be able to tell me nice and easy by looking at one. And even though these aren't in a line, they would be in a line, but you would be able to tell me really easy by looking at one, two, three, and four, which one interests you the most. Same thing with Rose. I would be able to run, everybody. I'm going to be able to run through instead of jumping around and being like, oh, let me get you this one, let me get you that one, let me get you, you're saving for a mantle. I'll tell you, I don't know if you get into, I love a white baseball. Don't get me wrong, but I'm obsessed with with this mantle. This looks like it was thrown around with on a field in 1951 with Mickey Mantle and Joe DiMaggio, and it looks like he rolled it up in his hands and played with it, and it just looks like he signed it. It looks like just so authentic and true and used, and I don't know. I love this one. I love this one, and I love that color blue and the depth. I mean, consider how long the guy's gone, and consider that the fact that in all likelihood this autograph was signed right around 40 years ago. I mean, think about that. 40 years. Look at how thick and deep that ink still is. It's almost unbelievable. It's like hard to believe that the ink is still that good, considering that this was signed almost 40 years ago. But it is. And that's what makes it such an amazing piece. And just to compare, I mean, here's one that you could tell this is not blue. This was signed in black. This is black ink right here. But this is what happens after 40 years. This one was kept in some basement, beautiful, beautiful. Um, This one too. Also, this is signed in black ink. You could see what happens. That black ink starts to turn blue after a certain amount of years. And some guys. I was on the phone with one of my guys yesterday, and he's like, yeah, well, I had the photo in the sunlight, and no, he's like, I had the photo in my office for 25 years. um and I'm like, and you just left it there year round, you never moved it, blah blah blah. And he's like, no, no, why? I'm like, what about the sunlight? Was it in direct sunlight? And he's like, well, yeah, for part of the day. And I'm like, man, I hate to break it to you, but that's the reason why that autograph is fading. You know, that just happens. You have to know the conditions that and that's another thing. You don't want to store them in a super hot. A lot of people they get married and they throw this shit in storage, and they throw it in a no climate controlled storage locker. Rob, do you know what that does? The hot, the cold, especially Rob. I think you're kind of close to me, close by to New York, kind of, with the weather. The weather over here, by me at least, is like the hot and cold in the storage unit like that, or even in your garage. A lot of people will leave the stuff in their garage for like 25 years. And the same thing. It's not climate controlled, and it gets hot and it gets cold and it gets sun, and and it looks like this. But no, in all seriousness, the balls, that's the beautiful thing about a baseball. People will complain about a patchy baseball, and they'll say that the ball, people will complain about this, but at the end of the day, looking at how that baseball looks, it's a good thing that it's a baseball and not a photo, because if it was a photo, then the actual autograph would have been damaged. The baseball, that's the nice thing about getting a baseball signed. The baseball eats a lot of any damage, debris, any of that, to any sun. It attracts that stuff. So the autograph itself, it doesn't actually end up taking it as bad, and it ends up just slowly fading over time, rather than with on some photos with some pens and markers. It could like just disappear after a certain amount of time. It could just disappear overnight, which is crazy. Interesting, though. Very interesting.
Baseball's best. He is the newest of the new kids on the block. Ken Griffey Jr., the baby-faced boy with the brilliant swing, is now.
And better yet, it was a Joe DiMaggio autograph that the guy let get ruined. Better yet, it was a Joe and Mickey co-signed, and he let the Joe get ruined. The Joe of the two. Terrible.
First father and son teammates in Major League history. It's with great pleasure and pride that the Seattle Mariners announce.
I'm so sad that I didn't live through this.
To this organization. Ken
Cannot replace those.
because he made it happen. I didn't think he was going to get to the big leagues like he did. So I guess his dream come true being a father. Okay, just a little color there.
I really wish I lived through this.
Do you realize how amazing the Griffeys are? A father and son play Major League Baseball together. One is 40 and the other 20.
But then again, it's freaking incredible to be living through this Otani Judge stuff.
get to the big leagues so quickly at the age of 19, the previous year in 1989. Now in 1990, at the end of that year, to play with his father, and for his father to still be
I hate to say it, but announcers and stuff are like, "Oh, Babe Ruth is fantastic. You know, was fantastic. He was a great pitcher too." Babe Ruth would be taken deep by guys like Griffey, but like seriously by the guys like today, the guys of today, like Judge and Otani. It would be like batting practice. Babe Ruth. Been buying their cards. I feel you. I still find it incredible that the Mariners never won.
With your dad as a kid without a father is something that would have been a dream come true. The Griffies were in the same
It's
batting
just incredible.
and the same outfield.
They so could have won. I mean,
Oh,
specifically 2001. I mean,
you want me to talk about him getting grounded, don't you?
that just goes without saying, but even prior to then, they had some god squads. It's unreal that they just never won.
Just snatched it, just cool as could be. Dad sitting there trying to catch this ball. I started ducking because I didn't know where the ball was. I was gonna get hit in the head. I didn't think it was funny. So what I did was I jogged off the field, got into the dugout. I said, "Come here." I said, "You're grounded," and I took the car keys from him.
Talk of baseball and having plenty of fun along the way. Most unforgettably on a September night in 1990, when senior and junior made even more history.
Whose home run was better between you and Grandpa?
Oh gosh. Mine was better
Because what was it better?
because he had no pressure. He already hit it and he touched home plate. He was like, "That's how you do it, son."
All right, Rob. Rob, let me know when you get that package in. Pop in, let us know how it looks. All right, Rob.
So the night now,
Have a good one, brother. And fuck the Braves, right?
the dugout, and I said to him,
Have a good one, my friend.
"We got history, back to back, father and son." Such a short period of time. It seems like senior and junior have done so many things as a first for father and son, but they haven't done a back-to-back home run trot yet.
His swing, man. His swing man is the swing man.
So yours is better.
Mine was better because he was already. Ain't nobody was on.
Yeah, Grandpa was he was like.
Don't say his was. He gonna say his went further. I say mine went out faster.
He just hit a little line drive, just went over the ball, and I hit straightaway center field. So
I was there that day. What I remember about the game is certainly the two home runs, but the fun that Ken Griffey Jr. was having
Reggie.
with his dad, the joy of just being with each other as dad and son was something that you've never seen. And it was so special that you just had to appreciate it. You just had to enjoy it, recognize the specialness of it between two people. And now the M's 1 out away from their 82nd win of the year. This set. And the 0-1 pitch on the Winter Road.
If anybody wants to see our list, say the word list.
And the M's win their biggest game in the 15-year history of the franchise. Function is win number 82 that guarantees the Mariners their first winning season.
Big journeys can start with small steps. And when the Mariners began taking names, Ken Griffey Jr. was right in the center.
All of a sudden, this kid, they called the kid, Ken Griffey Jr., started making noise.
He brought an energy that Seattle had never seen before when it came to baseball. I mean, it was incredible to watch him make Seattle baseball relevant for the first time.
And as Junior's young star soared, the impact resonated far beyond Seattle. You know, growing up in the inner city, it's like two sports that you play. It's either basketball or football. And that's just the way it is. But when you have when I say like a phenom, you know, a Ken Griffey Jr. that's playing baseball, it's like, wow. You know, he's like the staple for, you know, young African Americans. It's like, I want to get out there too. You know, because what he's doing and how he's doing it, and the way he look, the way he run, the way he swing, it's like it makes the game of baseball cool. The coolest player in baseball could do it all, dazzling not just fans, but fellow players who got to see what he was capable of up close.
I mean, Junior was the first for me where I was just like, man, I got a front row ticket every day to see one of the best shows in the game. Every day was a human highlight reel. Every day he was doing something where you just like, really? He was what baseball would call the total package.
Look at the grill on the kid.
It was like, wow, this kid was born to play this game.
A kid, 19 years old, who smiled, had fun, and one of the prettiest swings you ever seen. And then to have the flair and the gumption to flip his cap backwards and just, hey, this.
Check out this screenshot of my credit score. Just a few months ago, it was in a low 500s. That all changed when I found this little-known loophole in the credit system that increased my credit score by a few hundred points.
Paying your bills on time raises your credit score, right? Wrong. In fact, this is the first of 3 major credit score lies you're being told by the big credit companies. Fall for any of these 3 lies, and it doesn't matter what you do. Getting to 720 and above will be a long, hard struggle, if you ever get there at all. In fact, if you're one of the 153 million Americans with a credit score below 720, it's probably because you've unknowingly fallen for one or more of these 3 deadly lies that the big credit companies want you to believe. Not only are these lies flat out wrong, not only do they make it nearly impossible to get a great credit score, but in many cases, fall for them, you'll send your score spiraling in the wrong direction. Which is why right now, I'm going to expose these 3 dangerous lies, tell you exactly what to do instead, and finally, show you the proven, little-known, 100% legal trick that can raise your scores practically on command. And it's so easy and convenient, you can start using it as soon as today, from the comfort of your own home, to boost your credit scores in as little as 5 minutes. It doesn't even matter if your score is stuck in the 500s or below right now. This trick takes advantage of a little-known loophole written directly into the consumer credit laws. So, it's guaranteed to work for you. Believe me when I say.
Let me know if you guys want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
We got 91, 92, 93. It's like Griffey has completely carved out his line.
As the 1994 season started, Junior was already a 4-time All-Star and Gold Glove. Not to mention one of the sport's most feared home run threats. That year, he took it to another level. His 40 home runs by mid-August put him in striking distance of Roger Maris's iconic single-season record.
This dude.
Guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseball, say the word list in the chat.
No extended version of the playoffs, and for the first time since 1904, no World Series.
Going into 1995, there was a lot of question marks, a lot of concern about the game of baseball because of the strike the year before. Players went on strike in August of 1994, and it didn't come back for a long time, over 230 days.
The game did return in 95, but not before the work stoppage hurt baseball all over the country. And no place worse than Seattle.
Say the word list in the chat if you guys want to see the list. of signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
Opening night, 1995, finally. 95 was an important season not only for the Seattle Mariners, but for Major League Baseball. The game was in the dumps, and a lot of people, including me, think Ken Griffey came in, he did a ton to save the game of baseball. The 1-1 pitch on the way to Junior. Ken Griffey Jr. pulled out. And that's what 35,000 fans paid to see.
Griffey and the M started 95 red hot, with Junior's bat assaulting pitching staffs across the league, and his glove continuing to make just as big of an impact in the center.
Being a center fielder, we're a different animal. Everything hits us is fair. The kid on his hurt. Back to the warning track. Whether it was climbing a wall, cutting the ball off, just day in and day out, he was a true pleasure and joy to watch.
He played hard. That's the only way Junior knew how to play the game.
Do I have the will to run into a wall, make a diving catch, go over top of a wall? Yeah. I used to have conversations with Junior about being a little more careful in the outfield. And I told Junior, I said, we need you in the lineup. You can play a few balls safe here and there. And he says, Skip, he says, I only play the game one way. And that's hard and with reckless abandon.
Let me know if you guys want to see our list of signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
Fly ball to the right center field.
Fastball hit in the air, the right center field is deep. I remember Junior tracking it down. I felt that it was going to be close, whether he was going to get to it or not. Ken Griffey Jr. leaps. Does he have it? Yes, he does. An incredible catch. Spider-Man into the wall, and he knew it was not good. And it was like, oh, crap. He started to walk off the field right away holding his left arm. You could see it damaged. Really damaged.
He may be seriously hurt as the Mariners trainers out to take a look at him. He really hit that ball hard. Doesn't look good. He's real pain.
Say the word list. Let me know if you want to see that list.
This was going to be serious. I didn't know how serious, but I knew he was going to be out of the lineup for a while.
He is hurt. He may have broken his wrist.
You could almost feel the silence, not only in the kingdom, but in the entire city. It's like our star, our dude, our hope, out.
After the game, the diagnosis was official. A broken left wrist that would require surgery. Less than 30 games into the season, it appeared everyone's bright hopes had been completely shattered.
Like he broke his wrist, and we didn't
Say the word list in the chat.
the rest of the year. I really did.
The Mariners managed to hang on, floating around 500, holding out faith that Junior could return towards the end of the summer.
Initially, it was a struggle, but from July on, it seemed that every night there was somebody stepping
Is that
up,
Buhner?
driving in some runs.
Junior, meanwhile, couldn't even take being at the ballpark during games, though he never stopped paying attention.
I couldn't do anything. So I would rehab, go back home. Rehab, go back home. My rehab would end, 4 o'clock. So at 5 o'clock, I'd be at home. But there's one game where we were playing the Yankees, and it was beanball. I mean, there was guys getting drilled left and right. Ooh. Wow, that got Larry's.
Ooh, something's going to break loose here.
I actually got in my car, drove to the ballpark, got dressed, went down into the bullpen. It's like, we gonna go. The fans' reaction. I'm like, okay, he's here. I remember taking some early batting practice. I remember seeing him hit a pitch in the left field seats. I remember thinking, he just hit that ball further to the opposite field than I could ever pull that ball. It was like, all right, I'm ready. They said, all right, you going to Tacoma? I said, okay. I went down to Tacoma, took 3 at-bats. I flew myself to Minnesota. So in 22 years of playing pro ball, I got 3 at-bats in Tacoma, and that was it. I was like, I'm not going back. How do you sit out for months take no BP, don't go on a rehab, and you step right in the lineup. I mean, really, how do you do that? You played a different level, played a different game. It's not fair. I have this mentality of, when I'm ready, I'm ready. You're not going to tell me. I'm going to let you know when I'm ready.
The recovery went well, and the return came on August 15th. Still, with the Mariners 11 and a half games behind the Angels in the division, it looked like it might be too little, too late. But no one told that to Junior.
Swung on and belted right down the right field line. Here's Griffey Jr. as it is first home run since May the 26th, the night he got hurt.
When he finally got back playing, it was like he hadn't missed any time.
Deep to right field, fly away. Junior with a two-run home run. The Mariners win it. My, oh my.
The way we won, we were slowly creeping up, and then all of a sudden we were gaining a game at the time. And we're like going, is this really happening?
With Junior leading the way, Seattle came all the way back.
And baby, is this looking sweet. It's unbelievable.
And after the final game of the season, the Mariners and Angels were tied, meaning a one-game tiebreaker was scheduled. In front of a frenzied Kingdom on a Monday afternoon, the Mariners won big, finishing off a phenomenal, improbable run.
Randy ran hot. The 1-2 pitch. Randy looks to the skies.
Any memories as a kid hanging around here a little bit as a youngster with your dad here? We got thrown out of Yankee Stadium. No, I mean, it's been up and down. I mean, the memories, my dad, when he first signed, really enjoyed playing for New York. And after a while, the things that were said about him in the paper, he really didn't like. The other thing was, I came up to visit my dad, and it was just me and him, and got to the ballpark early. I'm sitting in the dugout, and security guard comes over and says, hey, George doesn't want anybody in the dugout. And I was like, what? He, my son. So he goes, all right, hey, go in my locker. He goes, but before you go, look at third base. It's Craig Nettles' son taking ground balls at third base. And at that time, my dad was, 38 years old. He's like, I ain't fighting this no more. I got somebody a little younger.
Say the word list in the chat, guys, if you want to see that list of over 300 signed authenticated baseballs.
There's certain things that a dad drills into you as a kid that just sticks with you. And that was one of them. I mean, what, to beat the Yankees? Yeah.
So it worked out perfectly. 1995, Junior's first trip to the playoffs.
Say the word list in the chat.
Been taught to despise and dominate.
First playoff game, I hit 2 home runs.
Rips a deep. Goodbye home run hitting the facade of the upper deck at Yankee Stadium. Deep to right field. Way back. He has done it again. Ken Griffey Jr. said to his teammates, get on my back and I will carry you.
He had this ability sort of to sense the moment of the game. We saw it so often, whether it was a late inning home run, whether it was a key situation in the game where we really needed a lift. He just was able to deliver and deliver consistently.
He drills it deep to right field towards the gap. 385 mark. Goodbye. Home run. He has done it again. Junior delivers his third home run of this series.
Junior's playing great, but we go down 0-2 in New York.
It's a two-run homer in the 15th inning.
We played 2 really, really good baseball games, but we got beat both games.
Now it's a best-of-5 series. And the Yankees have a 2 games to none lead. And now the Mariners got to win all 3 games at the Kingdom. Everybody thought it was over.
The Mariners need to win tonight to stay alive.
We battled back, battled back.
As Junior stayed hot, the Mariners took games 3 and 4 at home to even up the series.
Fastball swung right.
We're at 2-2. Now, we didn't have nothing to lose because we had the little man on the side of the ball. So it's the battle of who wants it the most. You know, the big bad Yankees or the little Seattle Mariners. The electricity in the kingdom was unmatched. Everyone had the little cardboard cutout sign, refuse to lose. However many thousands of people completely sold out Kingdom.
It was just an incredible game, back and forth and back and forth. Mariners were down late in the game in the bottom of the eighth inning. The 1-0 pitch on the way to
Guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list.
But then the game goes into extra innings.
Of course, it takes 11 innings. This is epic.
2-1 pitch to Joey Cora now. He puts the ball up the first baseline. It's in Dandy. And he is going to be safe. And the Mariners at the time on the board. And here comes Junior. Would you believe
If you guys want that list, say the word list.
Junior's on first. He's the winning run. Edgar Martinez comes up.
The Mariners looking for the tie. They would take a fly ball.
I got you.
Lob a base hit into the gap, and they can win it with Junior speed.
Everybody's going to be straight away. Edgar sprays it all over. All right. Ball hit right center. I can definitely go first or third. Left center, first or third. Left field line is a little softer. If it stays down there and dead, I can go from first to home. It's my field. So
If anyone else wants that list that we're sending to Jordan, let me know.
Junior takes off. Now he's on first. There's no way he's going to score.
Now, the corner of my eye, you can see the left fielder
If anyone wants that list that we just sent over to Jordan, say the word list in the chat.
his stride, the way he was ripping into the turf in his cleats. I mean, there was nobody that was going to stop him.
My wife goes, I didn't know you could run that fast. Shh. I'm supposed to show that all the time.
Still have that visual of the dog pop home play and Junior's head sticking out. And that smile from ear to ear.
This has been a series that Mariner fans are going to be talking about for the ages.
Say the word list in the chat.
That was the Junior smile, and that was the smile that epitomizes his joy to get you.
It was a little team in the Northwest gets to play the big bad Yankees and take them down.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Middle of that dream come true. The biggest star in baseball that never looked so happy. And plenty of people will also tell you that that victory saved baseball in Seattle.
His going from first to home on Edgar Martinez's hit to win that series just made the Mariners totally relevant.
You felt this pride, this like civic connection. It was a great story for anybody, but to be living here and to watch that magic happen on the field, it just felt
Made from quality materials and designed to resist the elements.
Guys, if you want to see that list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseball, say the word list in the chat.
My dad in the garage. The sawdust, that pine salt in the box. Around every spring, when the winter thaw, we huddle around the radio, twist a broken eye.
we felt like Seattle was on the map. It wasn't just for the Mariners, that was huge, but our city was finally getting respect. And that was because of Griffey. That was because of the energy that Junior brought to the team, that he brought to baseball.
Say the word list in the chat.
Playing any old game. Toss me the ball. He wanted to play. So in a game of kids, he wanted to have wall-to-wall action. It's Ken Griffey Jr. versus Major League Baseball.
Following his heroics in 1995, Ken Griffey Jr. was undeniably the face of baseball. His face was just about everywhere.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Hey, Nick, finish. This is a good for president commercial. You know he burns president, right?
He had all the ingredients of a star, the skills, the swag.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Desire
List
to
in
be
the
center
chat.
of the spotlight.
Dad was very popular in the 90s. He was a superstar. I don't even realize all the things he was doing.
I played for the Mariners, but deep down, I'm a Tiger fan.
He was one of the first to be able to cross over. Hell of a baseball player, but at the same time, he's doing movies, he's doing TV shows, he's in cartoons.
He was in The Simpsons, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, all the commercials.
Whoa! Hey, me, Ken Griffey Jr.
Video games, Wheaties boxes, magazine covers. Griffey is a celebrity on a whole nother level that we had never had in Seattle until that point.
Same piece with Ken Griffey Jr.
I, as his agent, was getting tons of calls, tons of requests for Junior. Hey, all these topics. Oh, this kid with the smile on his face, the way he plays. We really want to get behind him and have him be part of our company.
He wasn't baseball's only star, but he had a sense of what set him apart from everyone else.
Why isn't Barry Bonds or Bell as well known in Europe or Asia as you are?
What's that smile? There you go. Of course, I'm much better looking than this guy.
Ultimately, the true measure of Junior's popularity might have come in the form of something unprecedented. No baseball player at this time had a signature shoe. Ken Griffey Jr. by far had that it factor.
Guys, if you want to see that list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseball, say the word list in the chat.
It's the first time you.
I'll get it over to you.
Tell my mom, I said, I don't have my own shoe. She's like, yeah, right. My mom's like, you know that. You do what you gotta do. 10 years later, boom, my own shoe.
This is before there was such thing as swag in the big leagues, man. Nobody had anything like this.
Y'all didn't understand. A baseball player to have a shoe, we was all wearing these, man. We was rocking Ken Griffey Jr.'s, man.
We look very carefully about who it is that we advertise. You got to have a great athlete, and that's great on and off the field, and also have kind of a charisma about him.
We had seen athletes on the basketball court really transcend the game, but we never really seen that on the baseball field before until Junior came along.
Say the word list in the chat.
But while all of it, the shoes, the sponsors, the commercials, reflected the success, Junior knew better than anyone else that what really drove it came on the field.
He knew that baseball was a statement. Like, this is what I'm here to do, and if all those other things happen, then cool. But I'm here to produce on this baseball field.
Well, he called the right field, and there it goes. Ken Griffey Jr.'s 200th home run in the big leagues.
And from 1996 to 1999,
Say the word list in the chat, my friends.
offensive numbers up,
And we'll send it right over to you.
had a run of production like few others in history.
averaging 52 home runs and more than 140 RBIs. Winning an MVP award and 4 more Gold Gloves and center along the way.
When you talk about a player like Ken Griffey Jr., this kid had it from day one. He was a natural.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
That's amazing to me.
Take a look at our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseball.
This kid was one in a million.
A decade after his debut, Ken Griffey Jr. had been virtually everything Mariners fans could have dreamed of when he first arrived in Seattle. He'd become nothing less than the best player in the game, leading the team to 2 division titles and making possible the construction of a new home for the club.
My friends, make no mistake about it, in years to come, this will be the house that Griffey built.
The Mariners were getting ready to move in their brand new home, the house that Griffey built, Safeco Field. But at the end of June, the Mariners played their final game at home at the Kingdome, packed house.
Batting third, center fielder number 24, Ken Griffey Jr.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Sense the moment as a player, as an athlete, and then to be able to deliver on command almost. It's like nothing I had ever seen.
Swing the drive deep to right field down the line. There it goes. And this place may not have to have the lid removed. It may blow up right now.
Look, this is storybook stuff. First at bat in the Kingdome.
Welcome to Seattle, Ken Griffey Jr.
You hit a home run. Last at bat in the Kingdome. You hit a home run.
Holy smoke, Ken Griffey Jr. with a 3-run homer. Come on.
Any Bills stuff?
Again, that's typical Junior doing things
Bills. I do not have any Bills stuff at the moment. But we do get stuff in all the time.
He took the home run away from Gonzalez.
Fairy tale ending of that last game. The guy gave us one last amazing look at what that building meant for Seattle baseball, what it meant for him. It seemed only fitting at the time.
You would think the Mariners had just won the World Series. This place exploding.
The end of the Kingdome was the end of an era in Seattle, and it happened to coincide with changes in Junior's life at home.
When Ken Griffey Jr. got to Seattle, he was a 19-year-old kid. We had the chance to watch him grow into.
Any Dodgers? Yeah. I have in at the moment. I have Koufax, Campanella, Kiwi Reese, Garvey, Freeman will be in for tomorrow's show.
Sports was always secondary.
I have Maddox. I have Manny Ramirez. A lot of the current guys, when they come in, they fly right out. But I'll have Freeman in for tomorrow's show, and I'll have Betts in for Wednesday's show.
And those are the people in my family.
And now that the kid
And the Freeman that I'm getting in is actually a World Series ball. The Freeman that I'm getting in. What's up, SLC?
The first time your kid walks, you may or may not be home. The first time he or she says something, you may be on a 14.
I also have, as far as Dodgers, I have Mike Scioscia, but it's on a 2002 World Series ball, so it's more an Angels ball than it is a Dodgers ball. How much on Koufax? I have cheaper and I have more expensive. So on the cheaper end here, I could do 440. On this one, I can do 545. 545, 440.
Was going to be Trey's first year in kindergarten.
be honest with you, those last 6 weeks,
545, 440.
you really missed Melissa and the kids.
And they both have JSA LOAs.
He missed us a lot, but we got through it.
Growing up, I had my dad's family and my mom's family within 5 blocks of each other. So family was supposed to be close.
Junior had one more year on his contract with every intention of honoring that, but it became obvious that a decision had to be made. Either play closer to that Florida home or stay in Seattle. So it was really gut wrenching. But Junior broke the news to him. He said, I'm sorry, this is becoming too difficult for me not to be with the family. The Mariners said, look, can we work with you to trade Junior so at least we get some value for him? And Junior told them to just focus on trading him to Cincinnati, where he grew up and where his dad was working for the team as a coach.
It was a family decision. I know how hard it is to raise a family and to be a single mom, and I just wanted to be a dad.
This is a special edition of Northwest Sports Tonight on Fox Sports Net.
What up, Blake?
Hi, everyone. I'm Tom Glasgow, and welcome to this special edition of Northwest Sports Tonight. Goodbye, Griffey, end of an era.
Freeman and Mookie. And the Freeman is going to be on a 2024 World Series ball. Where the white woman at? Right here, brother. So what happened with that? Tell me what happened with that ball, Blake. No, not the fraud one, the pickup. From who'd you pick up from? Typically Nick has a lot of stuff. Nick usually has some good stuff. This is another Koufax. Yeah, Nick. Yeah, Nick always has some good stuff. Yep, he's a cool dude.
When Junior left, just about a half hour ago.
Oh, Blake, I don't think that I've showed you this yet on the stream. Remember this ball? Just baseball? Yes, just baseball.
To the Queen City, these are scenes from Chopper 9 at Lunken Airport. It was like our hero was gone. That was it.
Nothing. I was just show. I didn't know if you remembered or saw it since.
You go down in Major League history, one of the biggest trades in the history of our sport took place. Michael Jordan.
Blake, have you ever been to the National Baseball Hall of Fame?
Finally home. I don't fault him for it. I don't think anybody faults him for it.
Cooperstown? Bro, it's upstate New York. Come for the induction.
I can't blame him there one bit, but it just really left an empty.
Come for the induction.
He basically, I got the phone call. And he said, "I'm going."
For me,
This year, induction weekend is July 26th and 27th, 25, 26, 27, 28. Blake, it's a sick time, brother. If you guys don't do it this year, I recommend. Hold on. Let's see. Let's look up year by year. So 2026. Well, let's start with 2025. MLB Hall of Fame class. So This year's Hall of Fame class is going to be Ichiro, CC, and Billy Wagner. It's going to be a nasty. It's going to be crazy, bro. It's going to be absolutely bananas because you're going to have all of us, the home New Yorkers, driving up to CCC, and then you have people coming from all over to see Ichiro, and then Billy Wagner, same thing. You got a bunch of Met fans that'll come up for that Billy Wagner. So it'll be on July 27th. Yeah, Blake, this is definitely a crazy one. I don't know. I know that you guys have a bunch of stuff going on over the summer. Um, but I think it is over a weekend. It is over a weekend. And Blake, I know that you would splurge. I personally am not. I'm gonna be going, and I'm just gonna be sitting on the campground, like the free admission area. But they do offer free tickets to Hall of Fame members, and what the members do a lot of the time, I mean, this is a big year, so it might be hard. Um, but typically what the members will do is they'll sell their tickets, um like their front row tickets to the induction on like Facebook Marketplace. So then you just like link up with them in Cooperstown. You get, the tickets for the passes for the front row, and then you get the front row. But otherwise, if you're okay with just hanging out in the, like the back, like the main general area, the general seating area is completely free. Um, and then the what do you call it? The museum itself. I honestly I've been there for induction weekend, and I don't recommend going to see the museum on induction weekend for the first time. I'm going to go to the museum on induction weekend for a couple reasons. One, I love the museum. Two, I've already been there, so I know what's there. And I don't need to like do a really deep dive, mainly just on the stuff that's been added. Um, And then the other reason is that I am a member over there, so I get, just I get free admission. The admission is cheap anyways, but I'm a member there, so I do get free admission, so I might as well go. But also Blake there, in Cooperstown, it's sick. Some of the sickest memorabilia shops in the world. Not oh Blake here. Oh, dude, I just changed it from I may to you're going to. I just changed it to I may that to you're gonna find a place to stay tonight. Um, so when I go up for induction weekend, I go up with a bunch of cash, because there's tons of Hall of Famers, not just the guys being inducted, but tons of Hall of Famers, and they all sign at a price, and not bad, cheaper than like going to a show. Yep, yep. I actually, as a matter of fact, I just ordered my Hall of Fame balls. You know what I'm talking about, the balls that are stamped. I have a few here. I'm just lazy right now, but you know what I mean, right? You have a Frank Thomas. Yeah. So I just ordered a bunch of those. I actually ordered 2 dozen because I'm a lunatic. um, but we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens up there. Um, but I love it. I've gone, and I there's some in here that I've gotten up there. One of them that I got up there that's in here is Reggie. Um, there are a couple that, I mean, I think that some other ones have sold. Oh, one big one that sold. Blake, you're gonna be upset with me about this. I sold a Pete Rose Hall of Fame inscription before he died, like 2 years before he died. I still got a lot of money for it, a lot more than I paid Pete. Yeah, I think I got more for it. It's a Hall of Fame inscription. He does a lot of the other inscriptions. The Hall of Fame inscription of him is not super, but yeah. Yeah, I could, whatever it was, I think it was closer to like 200, probably like a buck 75. And now that's like easily a $300-400 bowl. I mean, after he died, it automatically became like a $200 bowl. And then now with this news, it's gone up even more. It's unreal. I've also gotten some bats over there. So what news? What do you mean? What news? Oh, with the with the Rose stuff, with the fact that he's gonna you know actually be in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, I mean, do you remember? I mean, yes, he's no longer banned. He's no longer banned. Like, don't you remember? Like before, I actually told you about this ball, and you said who would want a Hall of Fame Pete Rose. Yeah, bro. I mean, they weren't they only went up after he died, but now that he's actually gonna be in, it's like a $400 bowl. Um, I feel like it's true, but I feel like a lot of the people and the fans that don't like him and didn't like him they're like the dying fans. And I hate to put it in like that way, but I think that like looking back, a lot of people have like respect for him and just don't like the fact that he bet on baseball, and they just have respect for him as an athlete, and but I think Blake that feeling of like distaste towards Pete Rose, that was more of a thing like before I was even born. Like when the allegations kind of were new and throughout the 90s, there was a lot of hate and shade. What's up, Nathan? A lot of hate and shade being thrown towards Pete. But as he got towards like an old man, a lot of people stopped hating him and started just realizing, while he did bet on baseball, he's Pete Rose, and he's even though he did mess up, he's baseball history. So I feel like a lot of people like softened up towards the end of his career. Not the end of his career, the end of his life. I'm sorry.
To be honest with you, those last 6 weeks of the '99 season, Junior was miserable. He really missed Melissa and the kids.
He lived in Florida.
Shall we see? See what? Oh, we shall see. We shall see. We shall see. Yes, sir. I mean, I think he's going to be in. Matt, what do you think? Nathan, Matt, what do you think about Rose? Do you think he's going to? I think it's like automatic at this point. I feel like now that they, you know, have said that he's eligible, I feel like now it's just a formality. But at the same time, the writers the writers are the writers.
So it was very hard on your dad. He missed us a
Let
lot.
me know what you guys think. Do you guys think Pete Rose is going to be inducted as soon as possible, or do you think it's going to take some time on Rose?
within 5 blocks of each other. So family was supposed to be close.
Junior had one more year on his contract with every intention of honoring that. But it became obvious that a decision had to be made.
Blake, how do you like that too? If he ever does get inducted, there will never be a Pete Rose Hall of Fame inscription ball
Junior broke the news to him and said, I'm sorry, this is becoming too difficult
with the year.
not to be
With the year.
the Mariners. He said, look, can we work with you to trade Junior so at least we get some value for
Well, I mean, the one that I had, the one that just says Hall of Fame, will be expensive, but the other one won't even exist
It was a family decision.
because he's not around to sign it. When he finally gets in.
And to be a single mom, and I just wanted to be a dad.
Guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseball, say the word list in the chat. Get it right over to you.
Goodbye, Griffey, end of an era. Ken Griffey Jr.'s spectacular 11-year career with the Mariners ended today when the 10-time All-Star was traded to the Cincinnati Reds.
We left Seattle sucked.
Trade. A part of us died when Junior left.
Just about a half hour ago, a corporate jet brought Jr. and his family back to the Queen City. These are scenes from Chopper 9 at Lincoln Airport.
It was like our hero was gone. That was it.
They have a chopper on him like he's the president.
February 10th, 2000. That day will go down in Reds history, go down in Major League history. One of the biggest trades in the history of our sport took place when the Michael Jordan of baseball came home to Cincinnati. Well, I'm finally home. I don't fault him for it. I think about fault him for it. His dad played in Cincinnati.
My dad gets to take my son to the
Blake, you gotta come. You gotta come meet us for the Hall of Fame.
I can't blame you there.
Blake, you want to hear something crazy, bro?
He basically, I got the phone call. He said, I'm going.
For me, you're losing a teammate that I played with for 5-6 seasons. You'd seen him do what he did for the club his tenure here. He just was he was Seattle baseball. To see him go was difficult. I really don't know what to say. I mean, this is something that you dream of as a little kid, and I finally did it. I finally back in the hometown.
If you guys want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list in the chat. Let me know.
He had such an impact. The city was truly affected. The Mariner fans were affected, and it made things rather gloomy in Seattle.
Some people don't like the decisions that people make, but in the best interest of my family, I felt that Cincinnati was the place I thought I'd be happiest. When the word came out that Junior was coming back, this city lost its mind. The expectation level was through the roof.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Junior Griffey here, and it was an incredible feeling around the city.
There's something about having Junior come home. It brought so much vitality to Cincinnati, so much human pride, and it brought extraordinary amount of hope. When he arrived in spring training, the people were just abuzz.
Is it almost embarrassing to see this much hoopla for your arrival? Yeah, because I don't consider myself any different than anybody else on our team. I just want to go out there and play and help this ball club win a championship. Griffey, the big story of the offseason.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
He's come home. I didn't really understand the full magnitude of when he left Seattle to go back home until I became a professional and understood what it means to play in front of your fans. It's nothing like it.
He's like, I did the same thing, and it's cool.
Here was Junior running out to center field on opening day at the same field that his dad had those great years in those world championships with the Cincinnati Reds in the mid 70s. It was just so much fanfare, and he didn't disappoint.
Deep right field. Junior has homered for the first time as a Red.
So it began as a baseball fairy tale, surrounded by friends and family, with his dad as his new team's bench coach. Ken Griffey Jr. was exactly where he wanted to be.
Ken Griffey Jr. has just hit his 400th career home run. Junior does it.
Guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list in the chat, and we'll get it right over to your messages.
He wanted to play for the Cincinnati Reds. That's where he shined.
Griffey with a second of the day. And again, they stand and roar for him here in Cincinnati. He's their new hero.
There were plenty of familiar sights.
Ken Griffey Jr. has knocked in 7 runs in the game.
Say the word list, chat.
For the fans to adore. In his first season in Cincinnati, Junior remained a familiar force at the plate, with 40 homers and 118 RBIs.
The man who the Reds got to do this just did it.
But late that year, there was an ominous sign of the kind of trouble to come.
Here's the throw. Girardi will slap the tag on him, and he's out. Is Junior okay? Hold on a minute. Look, he's holding the back of the leg, too, where the hamstring area.
Say the word list in the chat, guys, if you want to see that list of over 300 signed authenticated Major League Baseballs.
And then linger into 2001. Turned out to be the first in a string of injuries.
Swung on the ground to the third. They got Junior the rundown.
He was running back and forth in a rundown between third and home.
Vera takes it and goes back to the tree. They tag Griffey, and Griffey is down, holding on to his right knee, and goodness gracious.
He went down and just grabbed his knee, and my heart sunk. He didn't want to come out. He didn't want to be on the disabled list. Probably the hardest thing we had to do was explain to him how serious this was and how he had to make this better, or he could end his career right there.
Takes off for second, and he'll go in standing with a double. And there we go again. Junior is leading.
He was suddenly the superstar who couldn't stay on the field. Though it seemed every new season started with promise.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Junior, he's on a fly-out run. Still going. Can't get there. That'll clear him. 3-run score. Junior on the warning track is hurt again.
When Junior was with Seattle, I don't think there was a player in the game who played it harder than Junior Griffey. He's scaling walls, he's diving, he's laying out. But the truth of the matter is, that all that wear and tear takes.
Say the word list in the chat.
Maybe it slowed down just a touch.
And it's gone from bad to worse in Cincinnati.
This started to take a little toll on Junior.
It looked like Junior was limping as he went into second base. But now he's on his way out of this game. And he's scared of the Bluebirds. I don't know if some of the fans aren't buying.
The disappointment amongst the fans, the media. Junior was a little sensitive to the
List in the chat, guys.
Fans are questioning whether it's physical or mental.
I don't think people realize how beat up he was. It was very hard for me to read in a paper or listen.
Say the word list in the chat if you want to see that list.
They didn't realize when he injured these things that you don't come back at 100%. You can't be the kid you were at age 23, 24, 25.
Long run for Griffey, still going. It rolls to the wall. Corner, at least two guys. He's heading for third, and he'll make it easily. There have been a lot of days in the career of Ken Griffey Jr. where he would put that one right in his pocket. He's walking gingerly as he heads back in from the warning track at right center, and the Reds trainers coming in.
We MRI'd his hamstring. And we found out that the entire hamstring is made up of three big muscles had pulled completely off the bone.
They were huge vacation. Part of it was the fact that he played so hard. I remember doing Baseball Today on ESPN, and one of the people that was on the show with me said, well, Griffey has to learn to not play that hard. My reaction was that he shouldn't play because he doesn't know how to play without playing really hard.
Even through the setbacks, the march to major milestones continued. And in 2004 came one of his brightest moments in Cincinnati, a piece of history just about everyone had seen coming since his first days in the big leagues.
All of the eyes are riveted to home plate right now as Griffey stands in 499 career home runs.
Say the word list in the chat.
And more is delivered. And a high drive. Hit back into deep right field. Junior has just knocked the door down to the 500 club. A high drive into the lower deck and right. Number 30 touches the ball.
A standing ovation here at Busch Stadium. A packed house. They're on their feet and they salute the future Hall of Famer.
Boy, what a Father's Day gift for Senior. Yeah, Junior running down, and he is there with his father. How about that hug on Father's Day? What a special moment for the Griffey family.
It is still amazing to watch your son do something like this.
Well, it's amazing, period. I mean, just think.
Say the word list in the chat.
Seems to be healthy, and that's the important thing. I think that's what a lot of people have not seen over the last 3 years, that he's been hurt. And, you know, they've been taking their frustrations out on him. But like I said, if he's healthy, he's still one of the better ball players in this league.
4 years later came another landmark, as Junior became just the sixth player to hit 600 home runs.
Say the word list in the chat.
It is number 600 for Ken Griffey Jr. From the moment it left the bat, absolutely no question where it was going to end up.
In the end, though there were some highlights and some history, his run as the hometown kid hardly ended up being the baseball's fairy tale people were expecting. But the Junior, there were no regrets about the way it worked out.
When you play sports, you know that injuries are part of the game. It's just the way it is. And if you play off,
Say the word list in the chat.
oh well. Yeah, I've had 2 wrist surgeries, a hand surgery, ankle, knee, and hamstring surgeries, and shoulder surgery. But would I change the way I play? No.
It's a very exciting day for this organization. The Seattle Mariners are very proud and very happy to announce that we have come to an agreement with Ken Griffey Jr.
You always wanted to start and end your career with the same team. You know, not saying that this is the end of my career, but it's an opportunity for me to do what I said I was going to do, and that's come back here.
Ken Griffey Jr. was 39 years old when he came back to Seattle in 2009, setting up a storybook ending to his Hall of Fame career.
He came back. He wanted to finish his career that he started, and he wanted to give back to the city that supported him from day one.
They say,
Come back to Seattle It had to be two parts. One, they gotta want you, and the second is, can you still perform? And I knew my role wasn't, play every day. It was to mold some of the younger guys.
Big ovation, as you would expect here at Safeco Field. Continuing tribute, the greatest player in Mariner history. Drive to right, going back. Home run, number 630.
Certain iconic sports figures leave an impression on the game in which they played. From the day he put on that uniform for the very first time to the day that he took it off, Junior played the game the right way.
And playing the game the right way in Junior's era had a very particular meaning, putting him in stark contrast to many of his rivals.
Ken Griffey played the game the way it should be played. Over 600 home runs. And doing the things that he did. And he did it all natural. You have a lot of players in the game that were using performance-enhancing drugs. He did not. I thoroughly believe it. And that's the way he was. And that's the way he played. That's why people loved him.
I look at Junior, he was the cleanest of that generation, and there's no doubt in my mind that he didn't cheat. That's important, I think, when you start thinking about the legacy of guys today. Playing with Ken Griffey Jr. every day, I recognized the greatness and appreciated it when it was upon me.
When it was all over, there were 630 home runs, 13 All-Star appearances, 10 Gold Gloves.
What's up, Tex? If you want to see our list of over 300 signed authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list in the chat.
Because of the money. I didn't do it for the fame. I did it because I loved baseball.
This is my moment, and I want it. I own it. Take on no competition in the opponents.
The kid was a 13-time All-Star, a 10-time Gold Glove Award winner in center field, and a 7-time Silver Glove.
For him to go into Cooperstown, it's his rightful place.
No-brainer first down Hall of Famer.
History made 99.3% for Ken Griffey Jr. Who are those three guys?
This kid candid. You got elder notes. Seriously. I mean, how can you not vote for the guy?
We're the three people that didn't vote for Griffey to get into the Hall of Fame. I can answer it. We're Yankee fans.
Hey, let's talk about Cooperstown, what we're going to do in July. How's your speech going, honey? Do you need some help with it?
I can write a speech for you.
Told y'all.
Search.
I'm gonna do Prince.
Say the word list in the chat if you want to see our list.
Will you be nervous when you get there?
Over 300 signed authenticated Major League Baseballs.
When you're prepared for something, you don't get nervous. It's like taking a test. If you study for a test, what you got to be nervous about?
Are you excited to go?
Yes, but you see, it's gonna be okay. I told you I'm starting off with Prince.
Are you going to write it down?
Prince, like that's how you start.
No, he's not going to do a speech.
I'm gonna write it down. I'm gonna do it.
It's kind of a requirement.
Okay.
It's kind of like
Are you just gonna solo it now?
You gotta wing it.
Now, how long is the speech going to be?
I think you have a timeline, right?
Okay, almost. Let's see. All right, let's see. You get 12 to 15 minutes, so that's like 3 Prince songs.
Goodness,
You start
dog.
off with
Controversy was the Red Corvette.
I like that. You want us to introduce you?
Like that.
Who does introduce you?
the commissioner of baseball.
Oh,
George Kenneth Griffey Jr. Ken Jr. the Kid.
I would like to thank the Hall of Fame and their staff for an unbelievable weekend here in Cooperstown. Also like to thank the writers for writing for. I got a couple of these somewhere.
This guy goes down as one of the all-time greats. Plain and simple.
I'd now like to thank the Seattle Mariners organization for taking a chance on a 17-year-old kid, allowing him to play this great game of baseball. To my dad, he taught me how to play this game, but more importantly, he taught me how to be a man. I used to tease him all the time. I tell him, I said, "You have all the home runs, I got all the rings, but he has the big ring now." And I'm one of the proudest fathers there ever will be. Trey Tarrant, Tevin. Words can't describe how much I love you and would do anything for you.
People don't know a lot about him, and I think the people that do come in contact with him realize he's a good man, good husband, good father.
Melissa, my wife, my best friend. I love you.
Just, he's always done it the right way. That's his legacy.
Looking back, I got to do and say things that have never been said. I got a chance to play with my dad. I got to yell at him and tell him to get a hit. The biggest thing is he always had a good time playing the game, and I think that was probably more of his legacy than anything. Hitting the warehouse in Baltimore.
There's nobody like it. You got a backwards hat. You got an unbelievable scheme. I mean, the kid was a natural.
The 95 series.
Say the word list in the chat if you want to see that list.
When I look at Junior and I think about all the things that he did in this game of baseball, this is maybe the greatest player ever put on a baseball uniform.
But I'm going to leave you with one thing.
I got you, Eric.
Out of my 22 years, I learned that one team will treat you the best, and that's your first team. I'm damn proud to be a Seattle Mariners.
There's just too many things that he did special, Dan.
Eric, I just sent you the list. You could check your messages.
I want to thank my family, my friends.
Anybody else wants that? Say the word. You got it.
For making this kid dream come true. Don't worry about legacy. I didn't try to be anybody but me. You know, I didn't imitate anybody.
Jazzy, if you want to see our list, say the word list in the chat.
I'm just kidding. And nobody else.
In baseball, you can't always explain why you feel the way you do.
List in the chat, my friends. Send it right over to you.
You can say it's about how perfect their swings are, how smooth they look, doing all the things ball players do, how hard they work, how much they seem to care. But the truth is, it's not even that measurable. Because with baseball, it's not always about what you see, what you feel. That's the only way to explain his place in the history of the game's most
The number 90 Sosa.
the only way to justify his standing among its greatest icons.
What do you mean number 90?
Sense of the way so many who watched him play feel about the legend of Donnie Baseball. A high-quality Japanese-style kitchen knife is a gift for less than $20. Holy shit, it's amazing. Seriously, this is a one-time thing, so don't be an idiot, guys. We have brought this deal back for the next 24 hours only. Our knives last forever, but the sale won't. We already got tons of badass customers who jumped on this deal and enjoyed.
Which one? I have Sosa.
I think it's probably very hard to think of baseball in the 1980s, especially from the mid 80s to the late 80s, where he isn't the face of it. He's as good a player
as I have ever seen in my career. Anytime Donnie gets to the plate, the pitchers are like, oh, God. Not him again.
We saw a person who turned himself into as great a first baseman as there was in that era.
Well, one of the reasons I won 2 Gold Gloves in New York was because of Don Mattingly.
That's why he is a Gold Glove first baseman.
We just called him Donnie Baseball because he was what baseball personified. The way he carried himself, the way he comported himself.
Appreciate it.
Good luck.
It just seemed perfect. I mean, the whole package, the eye black.
But you used to watch those saying like kids come home with dirt all over them. You know, that was Don Mattingly.
If you went to Central Casting in those days in Hollywood and said, send me a baseball player in every way, they would have sent you Don Manning.
I think he was the perfect face of the Yankees at the time. He was the captain of the Yankees, and you could just sense that even opponents respected him.
He was as good as there was. He was the captain of the team. I mean, he had to set the example. He was the guy that everybody looked up to.
Everything he did in his career, he was exemplary of how to be a Yankee. You have no choice but just to kind of look up, to him and trying to emulate what he was doing.
He was the perfect Yankee on the field and in the clubhouse, and how he dealt with people, how he led, and how hard he worked.
He gives you that impression that he's here to work. He rolls his sleeves up. He doesn't want to shortcut anything. It's blue collar. He never lost the Midwest.
There's always that feeling at home. Right? I think people have that it's always where you grew up, it's your childhood.
For Donald Arthur Mattingly, home has always been here, Evansville, Indiana, a city of about 120,000 people in the southwest corner of the state.
I was never looking to, move to Manhattan or move to LA. I was like, this is a place I come, I can get away. I grew up in this house on the left here. It's so much smaller now. It seemed so big before.
It's here where Don Mattingly, the youngest of 5 kids in his family, began excelling in sports at an early age. He was a 3-sport star in high school, but it was on baseball time where he fell in love with the idea of being great.
Which makes with Don Mattingly, we were in foul territory.
It was a coach. He'd hit 2 or 3 hours before practice. Of course, we practiced about 3 hours too. I've never seen anybody look that hard as he did.
Looks to be in the gap all the way over there. White on his way to third with his second triple of the ball game.
Coach was different from the standpoint of pushing.
When he was a junior, we were 30-0, and we won a state championship. It's kind of hard to motivate players as seniors. So I just said, if you're the best player in the city, then you want to try to be the best player in the city. Then you want to try to be the best player in the country. He took that to heart, and he remembered that.
That mentality just kind of it's like just keep getting better and never satisfied with what you are. You got to keep proving that you can get better and be better.
Mattingly was picked by the New York Yankees in the 19th round of the 1979 draft. But he quickly established himself as a prospect in the minors, even if some teammates doubted he had a real future in the game.
Donnie wasn't a wild bass when we first saw him. He was a gangly.
Since I won 2 Gold Gloves in New York was because of Don Mattingly.
That's why he is a Gold Glove.
Baseball because he was what baseball personified. The way he carried himself, the way he comported himself.
Good luck.
It just seemed perfect. I mean, the whole package, the eye black.
When you used to watch those saying like kids come home with dirt all over them, that was Don Mattingly.
If you went to Central Casting in those days in Hollywood and said, send me a baseball player in every way, they would have sent you Don Manning.
I think he was a perfect face of the Yankees at the time. He was the captain of the Yankees, and you could just sense that even opponents respected him.
He was as good as there was. He was the captain of the team. I mean, he had to set the example. He was the guy that everybody looked up to.
Everything he did in his career, he was exemplary of how to be a Yankee. You have no choice but just to kind of look up to him and try to emulate what he was doing.
He was the perfect Yankee on the field and in the clubhouse, and how he dealt with people, how he led, and how hard he worked.
He gives you that impression that he's here to work. He rolls his sleeves up. He doesn't want to shortcut anything. It's blue collar. He never lost the Midwest.
There's always that feeling at home. Right? I think people have that it's always where you grew up, it's your childhood.
For Donald Arthur Mattingly, home has always been here, Evansville, Indiana, a city of about 120,000 people in the southwest corner of the state.
I was never like looking to, move to Manhattan or move to LA. I was like, this is the place I come, I can get away. Hey, Brooklyn is the house on your left here. Everything seems so much smaller now. Seems so big before.
The youngest of 5 kids in his family, began excelling in sports at an early age. He'd become a 3-sport star in high school. But it was on baseball time where he fell in love with the idea of being great.
First baseman Don Manning put over foul territory.
It was a pleasure to coach him. He did 2 or 3 hours before practice. Of course, we practiced about 3 hours too. I've never seen anybody ever play hard.
Guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list in the chat.
He was 30 and 0. State championship.
List in the chat if you want to see our list.
So I just said, if you're the best player right now,
Over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
the best player in the country. He took that to heart.
That mentality just kind of like, it's like just keep getting better and like never satisfied with what you are. You got to keep proving that you can get better and be better.
Mattingly was picked by the New York Yankees and then
College was different from the standpoint of like pushing.
When he was a junior, he was 30 and 0, and he won a state championship. It's kind of hard to motivate players as seniors, so I just said, if you're the best player in the city, in the country, he took that to heart, and he didn't.
That mentality.
Guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list in the chat.
Mattingly was picked by the New York Yankees in the 19th round of the 1970 draft. But he quickly established himself as a prospect in the minors. Even some teammates doubted he had a real future in the game.
He was one of the wild guys when I first saw him. He was a gangly kind of long guy. He kept the bat in the zone a long time, and I kept looking. I said, "That's that guy they're talking about."
The way to build abs is not crunching, not 4-minute planks, and definitely not mountain climbers. There's an actually easy way few people talk about. It's called Tactical X abs, and it uses.
Say the word list in the chat.
I had an average arm at best from the outfield, but could really throw at first base. And then the more you're around him, the more you go, yeah, I see what they're talking about. He was relentless in his pursuit of being as good as he's capable of being. In a lot of ways, he did a lot for my career.
Because I played 7 or 8 years, and I went, okay, he's going to play first base for the Yankees. I said, I'm not. So I got to find something else to do. So thanks, Donnie, for I get on my career.
Not only his talent, his work ethic.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
And in the spring of 1982,
List in the chat if you want to see our list.
20 years old. Going to camp, I remember, I knew I wasn't making that team. I hadn't even played in AAA yet. But at the end of that year, I got called up. New York just kind of scared me. Coming from here, pulling into the stadium and living in that area, it was a big city. And so that part I was
Say the
never.
word list in the chat, my friends.
I always felt like the field I was comfortable with.
At first base, the young Don Mattingly.
When you have a new kid, you try to tell him everything that you need to tell him to be aware of. And one thing that I forgot to tell him was, I know you're a good field, but so am I. Guy bunts. And, I ran over down to
That area. He was 20.
He's going to play first base for the Yankees. Being as good as he's capable of being. In a lot of ways, he did a lot for my career. Because, I played 7 or 8 years, and I went, okay, he's going to play first base for the Yankees. Being as good you're around him, the more you didn't run particularly well, but was a great base runner. Had an average arm at best from the outfield, but could really throw at first base. And then the more you're around him, the more you go, yeah. Just relentless in his pursuit of being as good as he's capable of being. In a lot of ways, he did a lot for my career. Because 7 or 8 years, and I went, okay, he's going to play first base for the Yankees. I said, I'm not. So I got to find something else to do. So thanks, Donnie, for I get on my career.
Not only his talent and his tireless work ethic continued to lift his stock. And in the spring of 1982, he was invited to his first big league training.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Going to camp, I remember, I knew I wasn't making that team. I hadn't even played in AAA yet. But at the end of that year, I got
List
called
in the
up.
chat.
New York just kind of scared me. Coming from here, pulling into the stadium and living in that area, it was a big city. And so that part I was never, really comfortable with. But I always felt like the field I was comfortable with.
At first base, the young Don Mattingly.
When you have a new kid, you try to tell him everything that you need to tell him to be aware of. And one thing that I forgot to tell him was, I know you're a good fielder, but so am I. Guy bunts. And, I ran over down to the first base line, getting ready to field it. When I hear this, I got it. So I got to jump it out of the way.
What a play by Mattingly. I thought Griffey was the only one who had a chance to fill on that.
And I went over to him and I told him, I said, the next time you call me off a bunt, I'm going to say your butt's going to be back on that plane as fast as you got here. So the very next inning, the leadoff guy gets on, and I know he's going to bunt. So when I stepped on the mound, I heard this little whistle. When I turned around, he was by first base, and he was, where do you want me? I said, you stay right there. I gained so much respect for him because he was playing behind me. He wasn't playing by himself. Okay? And that showed me a lot about his character.
Say the word list in the chat.
Being a year rounding, didn't run particularly well, but was a great base runner. Had an average arm at best in the outfield, but could really throw at first base. And then the more you're rounding, the more you go, yeah, I see what they're talking about. He just
Say the word list in the chat.
pursuit of being as good as he's capable.
Any Dodgers I have at the moment? I only have Koufax, Pee Wee Reese, Manny Ramirez, Campanella.
Thanks, Donnie.
I'll have Freeman, and I'll have some other guys in as well coming later this week. I'll have Betts in on Wednesday. I'll have Freeman in likely tomorrow. Let me know.
Going to camp, I remember, like, I knew I wasn't making it.
And if you guys do want to see our list of over 300,
Here, I got called up.
price on what?
It kind of scared me. You know, coming from here, pulling in.
Price on what?
Living in that area. It's a big city, and so that part I was never, like, really comfortable with. But I always felt like a field I was comfortable with.
At first base.
Freeman I could do for like 200. Betts I have to double check. But Freeman I know I could do for right around 200. Maybe a couple bucks less.
So anyway, guy bunts, and you know I ran over down to the first base line, getting ready to field it when I hear this.
Yeah, if you're interested, send me a message and we'll figure it out with you for sure.
And I went over to him and I told him, I said,
it's a nice ball too, Freeman.
I'm gonna say your butt's gonna be back on that plane as fast as you got here. So the very next inning, the leadoff guy gets on, and I know he's gonna bunt. So when I stepped on the mound, I heard this little whistle. You know, when I turned around, he was my first base, and he was, "Where do you want me?" I said, "You stay right there." I gained so much respect for him because he was playing behind me. He wasn't playing by himself. Okay? And that showed me a lot about his character.
You've never seen a pillow like this before. Have you heard about Gorilla Ergo? It's the cutting-edge ergonomic pillow that people actually look forward to laying their heads on.
I'm just looking to get myself in the lineup somewhere. If I'm at first, right, field, or left, it doesn't make much difference to me. Just the opportunity to get in the lineup satisfies me.
For a young Don Mattingly, finding an everyday spot in the 1983 Yankees lineup was an elusive pursuit. He was platooned all year long, splitting time between first base and the outfield.
Nice play by Don Mattingly.
Then came 1984, and a mission to prove to his new manager he deserved a regular job.
Yogi's the manager. And I remember the first day, he tells me, he goes, "You're going to be my swing man."
I already talked to Don. I told him he's my swing man. And, you know, he could play outfield and first base for me. Well, if somebody got hurt, I got him.
And I was just like, you know, you come in there and play every day.
Myself, I feel like if I ever get a chance to play every day, and if I had bad setup, then I'll have a tough time getting me out of there.
I remember telling Yogi, I'm like, "Yogi, to get me in there, you're not going to be able to get me out."
He says, one thing you may find out, once you get me in, you will not get me out. I like that too.
And he goes, "Oh, I don't take you." You know, he does that, his little thing, pats on the back. But I remember I was playing more outfield.
Mattingly makes the catch through the plate. They got him! Holy cow! What a by Mattingly!
I think they were trying all kinds of different people at first. Guys were making errors and weren't playing good defense. And I got in there and got 3 or 4 hits.
That's a great shot. That is his fourth baseman.
Then I got in there again the next day and got 2 or 3 again. Next thing you know, I was just playing every day.
There's a smash. Sent off first, one out to the plate. He's got it home. How about that?
I hope I'm at first all the time. I think that's the best place for me. And really, it's not really much of an adjustment. I've been playing there just basically all my life.
We knew he was the first baseman. As the year '84 went, you know that's what he is.
Mattingly makes the play. They're going to try to score from forehand. He is.
He's talking about a youngster playing first base. Just a few months after becoming the Yanks' starting first baseman, he found himself in San Francisco, taking part in his first All-Star game. There were still plenty questioning if he had all the tools he needed.
The knock on Donnie was he didn't hit home runs.
You know, I'd like to hit with some power. That's something that you can really try to get better at. Just kind of feeling to grow stronger as I get older and get a little bit more power.
He wasn't that type of hitter when he when he first came up. But that's not what a guy is when he comes up. A player doesn't develop all by himself. He needs support somewhere.
Mattingly would find him from a teammate, Lou Piniella.
He was still playing, and he was kind of transitioning to coaching.
All right, just good enough to hit him over at 360.
And he'd been working with me on like weight shift a little bit and body and stuff. And I always put him in play, but I was kind of
Say the word, list in the chat, guys. Let me know.
and Vanilla taught me how to use my bottom hand. I started back spinning balls. And all of a sudden, balls I would just miss because I was like that.
Home run hitter. But in the last couple of games, he has shown a lot of power.
When you knew Donnie and you were around him, you said he's going to figure it out.
3 straight home runs. Unbelievable.
You know, the sky's always a limit with guys with that makeup and that inner drive. He had never hit more than 10 home runs in a season on any professional level before hitting 23 in 1984. But even more impressive was his batting average, which by mid-season was hovering around 350, putting him in the race for the batting title alongside his teammate, the Hall of Famer Dave Winfield.
There was a lot made out of it, and winning was great.
Yankee winners. A home run for Dave Winfield.
They treated me great, made it easy on me. I was kind of the underdog rookie, not making any money. Winnie was a big free agent, so people are kind of cheering for me instead of him.
Mattingly, 3 for 3. What's a typical line drive?
You know, I'm trying to win. He is too. But I just look at like him hit 330 in big books. There's nothing bad gonna happen here.
Yes, it was a battle. One of them was going to win it. Who is going to go down to the end?
John Mattingly and Dave Winfield enter the final day of the regular season with the American League batting title at stake. Yankee manager Yogi Berra wouldn't say which of his stars would win.
Both of them. I wish they'd break even today. The last day, Donnie was up there, and it's just like mine was set. He was going to get hits no matter what. And no matter where he threw the ball, it seemed like I said, you just throw where he can reach, you got to hit it.
And that's exactly what he did. Trailing Winfield by 2 points on the final day of the season, Mattingly went 4 for 5. Won the AL batting title in just his first full season in the majors.
Numbers say Mattingly 343, Winfield 340.
There's no way I was going to be losing today, or Dave was going to be losing today. That great season, if he's separated by that minute amount of points, I don't think there's a losing game.
The fans in New York just fell in love with him. They look for that player that they can always pull for, and that was Donald Austin.
I think the mentality of a New York fan is keep giving it to me. What you did last year doesn't mean anything. It's like what you did yesterday doesn't mean anything. We were trying to win a game tonight. And that was really good for me. I did it in the spring of '85. You know, I'm working out in the winter.
doing my leg stuff, and I felt something in my knee. But I remember going spring and like rehabbing. And that's when they're shooting this post. They want to shoot this poster. And Mr. Steinbrenner's walking through there, and I'm like, oh my God, this is the worst. Still a young puppy, right? And I'm doing a poster, and I am hurt. And it's Mr. Steinbrenner, and I'm like, oh, this is not good, right? That's what I think about when I think about that poster.
Well, every year I always said I'd like to hit 300. I'd like to drive in 100 runs, and I'd like to get 200 hits. I just want to do the things that I expect of myself.
Say the word in the chat, guys. Let me know if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
I know I'm going to be happy, and I think everybody else will be too.
It's time to feature a genuine Yankee Doodle dandy. Oh, that's fly. Towering home run for Don Mattingly. Played by third batter John City. Baseball.
It was just a time that my career was really just starting. I learned a lot. I was kind of getting stronger. I was starting to be able to do things I hadn't been able to do.
He struck for the deep right field. That ball jumps off his bat.
And just say, okay, I can do that. Let's push north, right? And never stop trying to get better.
Say the word list if you want me to send you our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
RBI number 145. What a year.
Donnie was the MVP that year. And, you know, that year was just amazing to watch.
The MVP award was the capstone of a tremendous year, but it was also bittersweet, with the Yankees missing out on the postseason despite winning 97 games.
We were like probably the second or third best team in baseball record-wise. I mean, teams like us should have been in the playoffs and at least had a chance.
One question we've been asking a lot of the ball players across the league, and we give one ball player they had to pay to see, and like 70% of them are saying you.
For that stretch, there wasn't a better player in the game. Defensively,
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
He just played the game with a great passion because he could do the little things. He could rise to the occasion. If you needed a double, you needed a home run, he could do that. And Donnie didn't strike out, and I'm sure when he struck out, he wanted to break something every time he did. I was the same way.
For me, I just never struck out. You know, I could always just, when I swung out, I hit.
A Mattingly strikeout was so rare that from 1984 to 1986, he was more than twice as likely to either double or homer. And
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
86, I felt like was my best year. For me, that was like hit for power, hit for average.
Mattingly led the league in hits, doubles, and slugging in 1986, hitting .352 with 31 home runs and finishing runner-up in MVP voting. But despite his success, for the second straight year, a 90-win Yankee team missed the postseason. All Mattingly could do was return in '87 with the same relentless drive as ever.
Donnie was one of the hardest workers that I had ever seen.
Say the word list in the chat for that list.
Batting practice and take batting practice. And after batting practice was over, he'd take batting practice.
The one thing with him, and I think Mike Cagliarulo also fell under this, they hit so much in the cage.
I know Donnie left it, and I guess we probably could have cut that back a little bit. If you go back, you know, it probably took a little bit too much on the body, wear and tear on the body.
I'm not a doctor, I don't play one on TV, but just think of the torque that it creates on your back.
You know what it is? Like when you're young, you just like, just keep going. Like you don't stop it, and nothing's going to stop you. You think you're bulletproof. It's the first time it's like, you know, you can't keep going. Right? You're going to have to stop.
Don
Mattingly will be out for at least the next 2 weeks while taking batting practice last night. He strained a muscle.
I don't know, I was on the DL 2-3 weeks, whatever. I came right back and jumped right into it and got hot. And so it's like, nothing's going to stop me.
You could make millions from a single trade.
On July 8th, 2 weeks after coming off the disabled list, Mattingly hit 2 home runs in a Yankee victory.
When you hit a home run, like one year, but okay. Then the next day you hit another. Well, a lot of guys do. No big deal. And then you hit another one.
On July 12th, the day before the All-Star break, the streak.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
And then the first thing you get mad because of the All-Star break. Because you stop what he's doing.
And now, the 1987 All-Stars. Batting second, playing first base. The only major leaguer to win an RBI title, batting title, and MVP award in his first 3 seasons. From the New York Yankees, number 23, Don Mattingly.
Usually you're hot, you take 2 or 3 days off, it's not going to be the same.
If you want to see that list, say the word list in the chat.
Like that. So all of a sudden it happened again, and it just kind of grew.
When he was locked in, he could hit the ball out of anywhere. Didn't have to do short porch and right field.
Hey, did he get all of it? Did he? Holy cow, he did it! Holy cow, Mattingly is unbelievable. The opposite field. Holy cow.
Don Mattingly has just tied a record set back in 1956 by the Pirates' Dana Long.
Say the word list in the chat.
From the New York Yankees, first baseman.
8 consecutive games you hit a home run. It was kind of a situation where my swing was feeling good.
Yeah.
I felt good at the plate, and it's the time where I feel like I hit the ball hard. And I would say, hey, I feel like I'm going to hit one today.
Yeah.
And every day I'm hitting one every day, I say.
And then after 8, did you say, I'm not going to hit one today?
Maybe that was the problem.
Watching Donnie perform that year, he did something that would cause everybody else to.
Guys, if you want to see that list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list in the chat, and we will get the list over to you.
Single season record for Mattingly, 6 Grand Slams.
So good, but it was just all about trying to win. And it's about winning. And that part was getting frustrating.
Hello, are you Don Mattingly? Yes, I am. Come in. Can I get you something? What's your name?
Yeah, The Simpsons. I've never seen the full episode. I've probably only seen the clip maybe once or twice.
Mattingly, give me the sideburns. What sideburns? You heard me, hippie.
When I was managing LA, we went to Australia. And I'm not kidding you, that was like more people knew that episode than knew anything about anything I'd ever did in baseball. Hearing that accent telling me to shave those sideburns.
Mattingly, I told you to trim those sideburns. Go home. You're off the team for good. Fine.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Still getting checks for like now and then. What are they, like 87 cents or something now?
Don Mattingly's incredible accomplishments for his first 4 seasons took the baseball world by storm. But the Yankees failed to make the playoffs in each.
Say the word list in the chat if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
George Steinbrenner. And salary negotiations didn't help his relationship with his biggest star.
Arbitration are always kind of, who knows what's going to happen, right? He calls and it's like, hey, don't take it personal.
It's just business. Whatever said in there. He goes, it's just business. Well, I win, right? And then he comes out and says the farmers in Indiana and the taxi cab drivers aren't gonna, not the all-American boy anymore. All I care about is money. I was like,
Talk about Mattingly. You were riding Mattingly a little in spring training, and you're on him again. Everybody said
I ain't been on it. You're sticking up for him because he's from Indiana too.
that's right. Evansville.
But all I said was that it's different now, Don. You're going to have a lot of pressure on you. And when you get up there with the bases loaded now, all the pressure isn't on Henderson and Winfield. It's going to be on Don Mattingly, and you're going to have to come through.
I think what took it over the edge for me was the home run streak. He calls. It's like, hey, don't take it personal. It's just business. Whatever said in there. He goes, it's just business. Well, I win, right? And then he comes out and says the farmers in Indiana and the taxi cab drivers aren't gonna, not the all-American boy anymore. All I care about is money. I was like,
Talk about Mattingly. You were riding Mattingly in spring training, and you're on him again. Everybody said
I ain't been on it. sticking up for him because he's from Indiana too. That's right. But all I said was that it's different now, Don. You're going to have a lot of pressure on you. And when you get up there with the bases loaded now, all the pressure isn't on Henderson and Winfield. It's going to be on Don Mattingly, and you're going to have to come through.
And I think what took it over the edge for me was the home run streak. He comes out and says something about all he cares about is records. And that kind of bothered me. And I just like blew up one day in the papers about respect. You gotta respect me as a man.
The back and forth subsided in '87, but erupted again in 1988 to swirling trade rumors.
Mattingly today in the New York papers quoted as saying, he says if he gets traded, so he also said he's not going to quietly take any slings and barbs to the Yankees owner anymore.
There was some real tension between Mattingly and Steinbrenner. There had been talk of a Will Clark-Don Mattingly trade.
Dallas Breeze has been named the manager, and Dallas calls me. He says, Donnie, do you want to be here? I said, yeah, I want to be here. But I said, but you got to treat me with respect. He goes, do you mind calling? I go, okay, no problem. So I call him, and we had the same conversation again about respect. And he's like, well, fires off something. He was off 3 years later, and that was one of the big things. I'll sit with the team. Today, I said, you can sit me anywhere you want, but you can't take the field from me. You can't change that. He said, well, good luck to me. Hangs up. And I'm like, oh.
Do you want to know where to invest $1,000 right now? Well, forget about it.
Say the word list in the chat if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
Respected people that stood up to him. George did not want to be told, yes, sir, I'll do whatever you want. He wanted someone to go back at him.
Sometimes it takes that in a situation like that. Which aspects.
I think once I stood up for myself and said, hey, Farber and Truce ended up leading to talks for a long-term deal for him in spring.
Signed a 5-year contract, he became the highest-paid player in the game and set to remain the face of its most storied franchise, for better and for worse.
Obviously, he's the beloved figure. It's the kind of guy who generally spends his career as a Yankee, and the contract pretty much assured that would happen. But then right away, like in '89, they were a bad team. They finished like 10 under. But in '90, they hit the pits.
The Yankees' worst start in years, worst record in baseball.
Oh, the frame that was surrounding Mona Lisa was starting to chip. They didn't fit that Don Mattingly would be on a bad team, but it was slowly becoming that. He kind of bears the brunt because he's the constant.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Just more than that. This is an embarrassment of a franchise right now.
As the club hit rock bottom, the back issues on to play Mattingly resurfaced.
Second straight game. Yesterday.
I'll never forget this. Wearing when he had to leave the game because his back blew up. That was the beginning where it became.
Say the word list in the chat.
And then you could see he wasn't swinging with the same torque. He was kind of swinging with management.
Pretty much only with his hands.
No snap, it's a swing, right? It goes to show you his back problems.
Hitting from a deep crouch like he used to when he was putting up those Lou Gehrig type numbers.
I think the difference was if a ball went up in the air,
It's a high drive deep to right field.
you weren't sure if it was going out.
To the wall. He waits, and he's got it.
Mattings team, his Hall of Fame credentials, which was really his first 5 years or so.
His last 6 years, he's averaging only 10 homers a year. And
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
For first baseman, that's not really acceptable power output. And when you didn't have that, his value suffered and the Yankees suffered for it.
Then came insult added to the injury, in the form of one of the stranger controversies any baseball star ever.
It was kind of the mullet days. There was a lot of it going on around. We had a number of guys in our club that felt like that on here too. It was Stump that kind of let me know at some point before the game, you'll get your haircut today, you can play. And I'm like, I've been play hard, hair today, on time, me in shape, and you're going to single me out right now? Yeah, I just feel like so I know about it. And so I went back in his office and said, I'm not fighting.
Don being sent down yesterday.
The fact that he wouldn't cut his hair right away, that became a national story. This is Don Mattingly. The Yankees have their rules, and Don Mattingly is a rules follower. But everything was so messed up back then. I mean, the team was just awful. It didn't seem like it was the Yankees.
It's unbelievable over a haircut.
Got my haircut the next day. I didn't want to sit out there because of that.
The hair has been trimmed at least a good eighth of an inch. More importantly, the hair was cut.
That was good. You learn a lot of things about what not to do. I mean, he's not a mean bone in his body, but don't push him up against the wall. He's got a lot of backbone, and he didn't need to be there.
Even through injuries and tough times, the Yankees did not stand Don Mattingly in honor as they searched for stability in 19, naming him team captain.
He understood the history. He understood what it meant to win the Pennant, and he truly did. And it was just evident. He was a leader, a good mentor to the younger players, and the captain of the team.
The move actually happened over time, with the club committing to rebuild and develop young players from the minor leagues. Donnie baseball would be a constant, set to influence a new generation of Yankees.
Young players kind of start looking for whether it's their demeanor through the game, or whether they go about practice, with effort, with drills. And for me, Don was that guy that I always looked up to.
It was a bond that fortified that admiration. Mattingly took an active role in helping Bernie Williams adjust to major league life.
I was kind of hazed by some of the older guys, and I was very sensitive and very emotional.
They used to call him Bambi, and they'd make fun of him. And he had those Coke bottle glasses, and he was very skinny.
He's got to get him floated a little bit. Bernie was quiet, and he made mistakes on the field. Everybody does.
Donnie didn't like hazing. He didn't like that. You're in the clubhouse. You're part of this team.
Mattingly shut it down, and it just stopped. Because Mattingly wouldn't allow it.
I actually have to step in and say, hey, leave the guy alone. And then he took me in the back of the bus, and he said to me, hey, you're a good player. You have the potential to be a better player than you are right now, but these are the things that you have to do.
Just talking about how good he was. Can't let anybody tell you that you can't play, and that was it.
To me, that was one of the pivotal times in my career where I can look back and say, that conversation with him took me to the next level.
Emerging young players like Williams were a positive sign for the Yankees. But they were surrounded by a culture of losing that had taken hold.
If you think of the Western where the sheriff comes to town to clean it up, the first act was before it needed to get better, it needed to stop being worse.
Showalter, he deserves to be in the middle of the Yankee picture because he's done a great job as the youngest player in baseball.
16 years in the Yankee organization as a player, finally manager, where he had a lot of success.
Became the manager in the '92 season, and he really worked on exterminating certain negative influences in the clubhouse, and he knew he had the right tracker in Mattingly.
To me, it irritates me when guys aren't ready to play. They come out and they don't feel like playing one way or the other. To me, that's wrong. You plan and get out of the lineup and do something.
Mattingly and Buck Showalter, they weeded out the people in the clubhouse.
We got better by who we subtracted as much as who we added. It was one of those things that we're not where we've been. We're not where we're going to be, but we're on our way. So we shut up and worked and surround ourselves with players that kind of fit who we were, who we had to be. And it started with Donnie.
Buck was instrumental in the change. Buck knew what it took in the locker room. I remember he said, I got to find guys that it bothers me when we lose. He was definitely instrumental for me in putting things on track. And those are some of the most fun teams I've played on.
That '92 team, that begins.
Say the word list in the chat, guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
I think it was 1986 or 87, and I was no trophies for being this much starter. I was happy if I was hitting 210 at the end of April.
Well, I don't think Donnie was that happy. You know, we were struggling so bad, and I was talking to him during batting practice a little bit, and I said, you know, you might be the only player in the league worse than me right now. We were both at like 188. I said, let's go out and have a few beers tonight. So we went out and had a few beers. Well, a few beers lasted a little longer than a few beers, and we probably got home at 2:30 in the morning. 1 o'clock game the next day, and I wasn't feeling all that chipper. And I remember the Yankees came up first, and I was playing first base then. And Donnie got a base hit his first at bat. He gets on first base, and we're kind of sharing and chuckling. He said, I feel like you know. And then I come up in the bottom.
If you want to see our list, guys, say the word list in the chat.
And I didn't get close to a lot of other players. I really didn't. But I did it with Don Madden.
My friends laughed at me for buying this, and now they ask me where I got this. So I almost made the dumbest mistake of my life. I got this hand.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Say, this is going to be a disaster. Don Mattingly, Wade Ballz on the same team.
That was good back page reading because the Boston fans said that Don Mattingly and myself won't get along, that we'll be fighting in the clubhouse.
Well, lo and behold, we get to spring training, and the first thing that happens when the writers are allowed back on the minor league fields, there's Don Mattingly and Wade Ballz in the outfield together. And I remember smiling, and I say, Tony did this. This is going to work.
At the start of 1993, the Yankees had a revamped roster, a new manager, and for the first time in years, real promise.
If you want to see that list, let me know. Say the word list.
Bad back and other nagging injuries had sapped him of his production, leading to speculation the end for Don baseball might be near.
Earlier this year, the New York press said, can't do it anymore. Let's get rid of him, which was a little bit of an insult for a guy who's contributed so much.
It's awful. Because I know how he took it. I remember he came in one time. I was taking a lot of grief from the media about him getting fifth. He came in one day and said, "Fuck, listen,
I got you.
why don't you come back down?"
Yeah, I remember telling him, I said, "Get down, kill him."
Anybody else wants that list? Say the word list, and we'll send it over. Just like we're doing for Rich right now.
I gotta close the door. Just my way of telling him. I said, "No, are you telling me who to bat and what batting order it is?" "No, I'm just telling you, take some." I said, "No, I said, I'll decide where you're gonna hit."
Mattingly would make good on Showalter's decision with the line.
Rich, you should have that list in your messages now. If anybody else wants to see that list, say the word list in the chat.
The Bombers looked primed for a postseason run, taking over sole possession of first place on the 1st of May and expanding on their lead from there. At long last, it looked like Don.
Let me know if there's anything you want me to pull, Rich.
Guys, I think they got it right again because it's got to be about competition again.
It's the best team I'd ever played on. I knew that I was going to win a World Series.
Or anywhere else baseball is played for that matter. For the
If anybody else wants that list, say the word list, guys.
Again, we had a good club. It means something to get there.
It felt like no player was giving up more in that particular season for their legacy, for their emotions than Don Madden.
I probably would have played 95 if we would have made the playoffs in 94. That was, at that point, with family and everything, that my kids, that, it was getting.
But after the way the 94 season ended, Mattingly came back in 95 with the focus on the fact that he never played in the postseason ever more glaring.
I don't even know how many games it was.
Let us know if you need that list.
Without making the postseason or whatever. I'd always be on that list.
Though with most of the same back for the 95 season, most expected the Yankees to dominate the American League again. But it wouldn't work out that way.
We were rolling in 94.
just didn't seem to be able to get this thing on the tracks.
The Yankees played up and down baseball all summer. While battled back injuries.
Say the word list, guys. Let me know.
They were 14 games out, at least. Division title was out of reach, but they did still have life thanks to a new addition to the game, the wild card. Playoff bid was no sure thing. But for his part, at the age of 34, the Yankee captain was going to leave nothing behind. Try.
He came in with about 3 months to go and say, I just want you to know I'm going for it. With me. He said, I'm going to let it rip for the next 2 weeks. I may blow it out in day 2, but I'm going for it.
Say the word list. Let me know what you guys want to see. Take a look at our list.
I mean, it was just this, hey, I'm here. I'm not going to hold anything back. If my back falls apart, so
I just remember so much trash in the locker room. Late in that year, it's like, hey, we got to win every day. Every day. So we win the games, we got to win one. I think that was probably as much fun as I ever had. That was fun.
List in the chat, my friends.
3 weeks, Mattingly batted .329 and led the Yankees.
Say the word list in the chat.
22 games, giving them control of their fate on the final day.
We played great baseball down the stretch, and we've given ourselves an opportunity to control our own destiny today.
A home run for Don Mattingly in the game that could send him to the first postseason of his career. He finds the stroke that so many said was gone.
That run at the end of 85 was spurred by their desire to get back into the postseason.
that was probably the forethought on everybody's mind was we need to get to the playoffs.
All you have to do is watch the last game that they won in Toronto where they clinched, and that end goes down to his right knee. All were celebrating with
The New York Yankees have won the 1995 ever wild card. Don Mattingly finally going to the postseason.
It felt so good to get in that day in Toronto. We clinched. Oh my gosh.
Good feeling. I know I sound something everybody else says.
Say the word list. Let me know.
Wow, so great.
We're here. We're live. Yankee Stadium. This is the best place to be in the world. We waited a long time. Looks good.
October 3rd, 1995. After a 14-year drought, Bronx was buzzing. The Yankees were back in the postseason. At the stadium, Don Mattingly was poised to make his long-awaited
Say the word list, guys. Let me know if you want to see that list.
It just felt great because you spend your whole career fighting to get in. And to be able to get a chance to play in the postseason and like want to play on that stage, right? And I wanted to see how I would react on that stage.
Well, it feels great to be out here and be playing. Everybody's going back home basically, and it's been a long time coming. It feels good. It feels worth it now. Everything that I've been through, our team's been through over the years, the organization over the past 12 to 13 years. It feels great.
We are ready for baseball. Yankee fans have waited since 1981.
Don Mattingly played at 1,700.
Say the word list. Let me know. Or if there's a team or a specific player that you're looking for. If you're looking for a Don Mattingly, let me know.
people in their seats, locked and loaded. And they were all there for Don Mattingly. And when he came out in Lance Springs, the place went nuts. Just absolutely nuts. Every time I talk about it, to this moment, I get goosebumps.
That building was crazy. That was, and just coming out to run. I remember telling somebody to feel fast. That was a foreign feeling for me, but it was just like so light. The energy and adrenaline for that was just. I remember just like just the air.
performance and durability go right along with it. You see, trust. It's engineering rigorous testing to ensure our tools perform. Now, it's time for you to the test. Whatever you do it for less than Harbor Freight.
So it's something that was king. It was definitely work. I love the two. It's so easy. I started to see it for 2 to 3 months. It's the start of a whole new thing. Start today, editing stuff.
From the fan base that this guy might be getting a chance. It's amazing.
It was electric. And I think the fans, they were sort of on the edge of their seat, wondering how he was going to respond to that.
The betting chance would come quickly.
The theater of baseball is all about.
The sixth inning, game one. Two.
Leads hit right field. Jay Buhner giving chase. Yankees single.
Two for four.
Oh, the Yankees take it.
Sure, you it's been I ever thought it was the encore, even better. When the game was the next night, finally again came to the plate in six. For
Say the word list in the chat. Witt? No Bobby Witt. No Bobby Witt Jr. Sorry. Not at the moment. We do get them in, though. Both of them.
Noise at that point. Then it gets back to what am I doing with this guy? So that you get the whole at bat, knowing I'm going to get it, and there's someone in the end zone on the first strike. Would have been blown off. I got about the dugout. A lot of people may have thought I was something congratulating. I actually thought was shaking. I've never seen anything like that stage like that.
I actually turned to the person who was sitting next to me and I said, I think we're going to go down. We were losing. Like, this box was moving. And I was like, holy cow, this is really going to die and run against in it.
Say the word list in the chat if he wants to the list.
The debris off the field. I mean, when you get older, and I do.
It was a moment almost perfectly in what would turn out to be his last home game ever. They got to say, we love you in this gigantic way.
The Yankees headed cross country to Seattle with a 2-0 series lead, and their captain savoring every moment of the experience. I don't understand. And this is my last chance. It seems in a race against time. Mattingly was emptying his tank. He hit .417 in the series. The Mariners won 4 to tie it back up. The Yankees season, and maybe Don Mattingly's career, hanging with the balance. So, you know, the whole time we said we're going to win it. We're going to win the series. All of a sudden, it's over. We were so devastated the way that we kind of went back. Last, Dave Edgar, Gerald throwing that ball, and then having Griffin score, and then it's like all of a sudden, poof, gone.
Say the word list in the chat, guys. Let me know if you want to see our list.
That was the one that hurt because I feel like we had a good team. We fought for so much, and then it's just like crash.
There was a strange dichotomy in the clubhouse.
What's up, Rich? Welcome back.
Talk to some reporters. Like if you walk by the door.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Jack McGowan gave a tone. I remember sitting there and dealing with wave after wave of reporters, and of course, he wanted to win.
If anyone else wants that list that we sent over to Rich before, say the word list in the chat, and we'll send it over to you as well.
And as much as winning was the most important thing, I think there was this self-pride. I didn't go out on my shield. I went out still being able to play at a decently high level. It felt like that in retrospect a little bit.
Say the word list in the chat, guys. Barry Bonds. Rich, you want to see Barry Bonds?
You have to wonder, was this Mattingly's last game?
After the game, he's actually done.
I got you, brother.
Being involved with something like that, where a great player of the game says you're done. It's a hard thing to swallow.
I didn't realize that it was going to be it for Donnie until the plane ride home from Seattle in 1995, which was the most excruciating.
Here's one.
I've ever spent on an airplane. Everybody was crying.
That terrible lighting. Hold on.
Talked to everybody one at a time. I remember thinking that he was saying goodbye.
I call that 6-hour flight the flying funeral. Players sobbing. And all of them sobbing, not because they had lost, but the players were crying for him.
That's one.
That was painful. But for me, it's kind of twofold. I know that's in my heart. I'm tired quickly, but pretty much know that's the.
Anybody else that you want to see? We got tons of guys from that era. We have McGuire, we have Griffey, we have Sosa.
Yeah, he was upset that my dad would oftentimes trade away really good young prospects to try to win it now, win it that. But I took it to heart and started to talk to my dad about it. And lo and behold, come 95, we've got this great young crop of players that we didn't trade away.
Let me know.
That conversation in the airport still sticks with me today. Without that conversation, who knows? We've seen a Jeter and a Rivera and something.
Beautiful, durable outdoor furniture, perfect for your space, is at Raymar and Flanagan. Made from quality materials and designed for moments. Our timeless and trending pieces will keep you lounging and dining in style this summer and for years to come. Get your furniture fast with white glove delivery in 3 days.
He had a better auto when a pilot. Yeah.
Low monthly payments and no interest.
I actually sold one of those Pirates autos not too long ago. But I agree. The B's look better.
Joe Torre was their new manager.
More like elegant.
Was their new first baseman. As for Don Mattingly, he was in Evansville and his family. Officially, put his career on hold. While back in New York, the Yankees would bring home the World Series title that had eluded him for the 14 years he played there.
Yeah, let me know if you want to see anybody else, Rich.
96 was on everyone's mind as we were going through that year. We got to the playoffs, especially when we got to the World Series. He was always on mind. Everyone knew which either. And they had their World Series ring.
You saw him a lot of times.
Great. Part of that. Absolutely. Big decision in life. I could have kept playing. That's not the decision I made. I made the decision to be with my family, to be with my kids. And so when you make that decision, you give up something.
He still wasn't officially.
Where have you seen him?
He made a potential return to the game in 1997. A return that he could have taken it out of time. Two people talking. And Tony from
Tony was in St. Louis. I always kind of wanted to play close to home. I just thought that'd be great to play close to home. I knew it was getting close.
Oh, really? From the Pittsburgh area or from the San Francisco area?
I had to start doing a bunch of stuff. I kept finding reasons. I was having more fun. Oh, happy. No, I'd rather go to the farm and clean stalls. I'd rather go mow the field.
Gotcha.
Price to pay to have success, and I wouldn't willing to pay it.
I love his as far as autographed jerseys. Also, I love his Pittsburgh autographed jersey too.
There's any player that I have ever had in New York Yankees since I have been here as great as Don Mattingly. He was.
5 months after that press conference, the club retired Mattingly's number 23, making him the only Yankee who ever won a title to receive that honor.
Anybody else on the list that you want to take a look at?
That wall, credibility with someone like Donnie's out there.
For all the years that we played in New York City, it was Don Mattingly's style.
Oh wow.
It kind of plays out as a tragic novel. He struggled all those years and finally gets to the playoffs, and then he retires. And then there you go.
Champions, team of the decade, most successful franchise of the century.
That's what you dreamed he was going to be a part of. That dynastic sort of part where they win 4 of the next 5 series. That's a sad part of this.
Timing of that player in Yankee history. Just back would have held up. And if he was able to play 4 or 5 more years with Peter,
I got you. Yeah.
the captain of one of the greatest dynasties of all time, and be in Cooperstown right now as we speak. You're gonna ask me if I would have played 3 more years or 4 more years, he would have been a part of the championship team, whatever. You know, I just traded for the boys, right? And that's really the decision that I'm going to be. I didn't want the boys growing up. It's a hard decision, it's not. I'll be honest with you. In the reality of who you are as a person and what this world is, where baseball really fit into that, compared to your kids.
You just want to spend time with us. You know, you want to go to our baseball games or basketball games and football. Just just want to listen. Just like having those moments where you can talk to them in person. Stuff comes up like you ask questions and it's always there. The only thing is you can do anything. So he's always let me kind of talk about.
Say the word list, guys. Let me know.
And John's approach as a father, it turns out, stemmed from the memories of the way his dad dealt with him.
I go to my dad a lot. I always get emotional when I talk about my dad because he just showed up. My mom and dad would come to every game that I played and my brother played. And I never remember seriously, my dad for a game.
Oh wow. You ever seen Bill Mazeroski?
Nothing on the other side either, right? So it's never like, hey, he was really good today. None of that either.
Or Clemente?
It was really more just they were there. I had zero fear of screwing up because I never got fixed. Really that lack of fear of screwing up you just grow and get better, take chances, not be afraid to make a mistake.
move on.
Number 23.
When he got back into coaching, I was kind of one of the people who said that we need to go back. Like, I know he's a baseball guy. He's on the field, should be on the field, and
You don't play the game of baseball, you live it, and that's who Donnie still is. He knows every aspect of the game, and he knows that right.
After 7 years away from baseball, Don Mattingly returned to the game in 2004. First as a coach for the Yankees and the Dodgers. Now the Marlins. He was named NL Manager of the Year in 2020. He's been on the staff of 10 postseason teams. Still his first ever trip in the series.
I think that ring is the one thing you want, is that you never get away from. Once you start coaching, it's really about the numbers. And the true success is the guys are having success, right? So it's just same as a manager. You want our team to play the best baseball they can play. You want guys to develop to be the best players they can.
Say the word list, guys. Let me know.
And if I can get enough guys, then we got a chance.
Si tienes que preguntar, ¿qué hacer para empezar tu día temprano? Aquí está tu respuesta. Combina y ahorra dos de tus favoritos.
Say the word list.
It's now been a quarter century since he swung a bat for the majors. But people still remember what a great ball player Don Mattingly was. The resume holds up too. 307 batting average, 6 All-Star appearances, 9 Gold Gloves, and field. To land Donnie baseball in the game's Hall of Fame. That outrages plenty of fans, but not the man himself.
All my cards. I'm out of cards. I don't get another shuffle. I don't get another hand. Disappointed in my own career. Yeah, parts of it I am. Parts of
Wow.
Parts of
Wow, that's crazy.
I don't feel like I was as good as I should have. I should have learned quicker to not beat my body up. And I did less.
You ever get any autographs from any of them?
Opinions on his standing for the Hall have long varied, and the debate continues.
The reality is he had 4 to 6 foundational seasons for Hall of Fame games. Almost nothing else that really helps him. Anytime you retire in your mid-30s, you're going to fall short of the marks that tend to influence Hall of Fame voters.
Certainly.
Because his numbers just fall a little bit short, he's not in there. But if you live the Don Mattingly story in real time, you realize how important he was to the game.
Everything was there. For Don Mattingly, everything was there to be in Cooperstown. I look around the Hall of Fame, I've gone back for 17 years now, and I'm wondering when I'm going to walk through the door.
Don Mattingly might not have lasted long enough to find his way to Cooperstown.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
His prime was short, but he was also greater. But it was never just about how he was, but how he did it. That's how the kid from Evansville won hearts at the Apple. Just about the epitome of a baseball star. And earned what others had lost.
You fight for respect in this game. It wasn't necessarily the respect of someone that a fan or a writer or something like that. It was more respect of, like, I'm George Brett. That's like I was a good player.
It blew me away when he said he wanted George Brett to respect him because I respected him. If I'm going to be in a foxhole, who do I want with me? Playing against Don Mattingly, he was the guy. In my mind, he's a Hall of Fame. He's one of the best ball players I ever played against.
Donnie was kind of everything baseball should be about. There's very few guys that I would say that their substance was their style. Donnie's substance was his style.
It wasn't about perception. It was about reality. He didn't play for any kind of adulation. He played because the game demanded that he play as hard as he could for as long as he could. You know, that's kind of sad that we didn't see him for a long period of time. But you know what? We saw a pretty damn good baseball player for a long time.
Dave Parker, wow.
In his mind, he was playing for something bigger than himself, carrying himself with dignity and character and integrity. You want to play this game, or you just want to pass through. You want to make a mark in the game, and he certainly did.
He's doing it in the biggest city. It's the most famous team. He's doing it by being a stand-up person.
Guys, if you want to see our list, say the word list.
I think the history of baseball includes his name in a way that a lot of people who do make the Hall of Fame aren't spoken.
You can sit down and you can talk about that for a long time. I don't think you're going to see too many at Brown all the time.
With the dawn of each new season comes another 6-month journey, one that can begin with great uncertainty.
The Angels have tied their slowest start in franchise history. 6-14 record. We didn't keep our heads up.
Giant steps are required to complete this journey.
I'm not putting on a uniform just to put it on. I'm playing to win.
Other teams might grab your attention.
The Oakland A's have set a new record with their 20th consecutive win.
For some of the very best, the goal remains elusive.
17 years in the big leagues. Will Barry Bonds be a part of the postseason series?
But above all,
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
I thought we could beat him.
The Yankees are going home empty to New York.
belief in the dream.
You start thinking we're going to the World Series.
The World Series will begin in Anaheim between the San Francisco Giants and the Angels. Best player and the chance to play the World Series. I don't care who it is. Let's go. What a great series. In a season of tremendous highlights, great moments, and fantastic wins, this one tops them all.
Wow. Holy cow. You too, Rich. Interesting stuff, my brother. Interesting stuff. Have a good night yourself as well.
Sometimes, to reach baseball.
If anybody wants to see our list, say the word list in the chat.
The Angels are coming close, but not close enough. The Angels facing some pressure to turn it around here early in the season.
Anaheim began the season 6-14 and seemed destined once again to finish 41 games back in the ultra-competitive AL West.
It's so much into let's get off to a good start right away and take care of the A's and take care of Seattle. And you know what? The good baseball about being good pitching, and we just really we lost the ball.
history at the franchise. After that 6-14, team was up in Seattle and so shattered meeting. Before that, I really don't guess we believe Joe caliber, which plays up to strike three. He can salvage the whole game this year. It's a victory for the Angels.
I think we just really stopped playing our own division, kind of took that pressure off us after that fast start.
Dancing are two big surprises in small packages.
You got things like that happening. You tend to have an attitude of nothing can go wrong, and it doesn't matter what happens. Somebody's going to step up. Even a little 4'2" guy like Eckstein can step up and hit the grand slam for you.
I got you, Thompson.
14-14.
Send you the list, Jake.
And nothing played a greater role in their resurgence than a dedication to their core values.
It's about being a team. I mean, every guy contributes, and there's a new hero every day in the lineup. This year, we got on some stretches where
Check your messages, Jake.
everybody was hitting line drives everywhere, and you can't defense line drives when everybody's doing it. So we're just putting pressure on teams by just hitting them to death.
The most runs scored by
If anyone else wants to see that list that we just sent over to Jake, say the word list in the chat and we'll get it over to you as well.
Giving yourself up for the better as a team. You don't know if it's going to be Garrett Anderson or Darren Erfurt or myself or Adam Kennedy or Jared Washburn or Donald. I mean, it's like a trio made up of 25 guys that are capable of winning the game.
Let me know, guys.
That's just an unbelievable feeling to be a part of.
Halo victory.
Officially, the comeback hits. Still, leagues in the baseball world were focused on another divisional powerhouse on a record-breaking journey.
I thought it was pretty cool that they were doing that. I mean, that's history. You just don't see stuff like that. But we don't worry about things we can't control.
We knew they were great, but we win our games. Doesn't matter what they do.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Finished with a franchise record 90.
And if you're going through the list and there's anything that interests you, if you want to see it pulled, say the word. Let me know.
Just unmistakable. One threshold that deep with history. His minds, the Giants, the promised land. That's the beauty of baseball. Spring training starts. She had a crystal ball. So gonna be the hit 2 home runs in each of its first 2 games. It looked like an encore was in the making.
Jake or anyone else, if there's anything that you're seeing in the list that interests you and you want to see it pulled, say the word. We'll pull it for you.
Start year off like last year. I thought that was like awesome, man. We're like, okay, boys, here we go. And so did Ballz, setting a record for sheer production by reaching base almost 60% of the time.
This year was probably the most productive year. For me, it was more remarkable than 73 home runs. In fact, for almost 200 walks, how they just surrounded him, how he stayed focused, he ended up winning batting title.
Jordan, I sent you the list in your messages last time you were in here, Jordan. So you could see on the list. But right around 250. Right around 250, brother.
We knew that for us to get to the postseason, we'd have to have a bona fide leadoff man. You know, and Kane Austin was it. guy that know how that knew how to score runs, and a guy that's been in postseason in case we got there. From Boston, the move opened the door.
That's basically what I was trying to do over there in Chicago, was trying to get to the playoffs, and the opportunity came up for me to come over here, and I was saying, hey, these guys have a chance. And that's all I asked for, just a chance to get to the playoffs and have a chance to get a ring.
We got King Lawson. We were behind. Came in, made an impact right away. The home runs first at bat.
Say the word list, my friends.
They appeared fifth for a run deep into the postseason.
The Giants are headed into October baseball.
October baseball had not been very kind to the Giants, especially in Atlanta. It had been even tougher on the Bonds. He 20 6 RBIs in 97 playoff at bats, and has yet to win a playoff series in 5 heartbreaking attempts. That was so far ago that he's gotten over that. So it was like it was perfect timing for him to put all this to rest and go out there and play the way he's been playing all year. Finally, against his playoff nemesis Braves this year, he exercised the demons in the deciding game 5. It wasn't easy beating those Braves. Those Braves been there many, many times. We knew that if we got by the Braves, we had a good chance of going to the World Series. Because the last 10 years, if you want to go to the World Series, you're going to have to go to Atlanta.
Say the word list if you guys want to see the list of signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs. We have over 300. As a matter of fact, this 2002 World Series thing that we're watching right now, I actually have a ball. 2002 World Series, Mike Scioscia. The Angels coach. Manager, I mean. Say the word list if you want to see that list, though, guys. Yeah, of course, Jordan.
I got the chance to be the hero in the game.
Of course.
Just try to
Here's one.
and don't try the thing too much because it's not easy get behind this guy. But on the other side, I love it because nothing good can happen.
More Griffey, more Griffey, more Griffey. One second. There is more. I'm not seeing them. Where are you, Ken? Well, that is one.
You get the feeling, though, this young, scrappy.
Oh, here's another one.
Has a shot against New York. You see no fear in their eyes.
It was definitely like the unexpected. You had no clue what was going to take place. And, that first game was great. It was back and forth. And the 8th inning, Bernie Williams hits a dramatic 3-run home run. But the funny thing about it, we all still felt confident.
There might be more too, Jordan.
We were the only guys in the universe that thought we could.
I think that actually might be it at this moment.
I thought we played a great game.
Yeah, that might be it at this moment. I think the other one that I have is on hold.
We gained a lot of experience. Experience being crucial in game 2.
If anyone else wants to see anything or see the list, let me know.
But good when comeback kids come back in comeback city.
The Yankees are obviously a great team, and we had to play our best games to win. And in that situation, I mean, we were trying to do something to get on and start a rally, and Orlando Hernandez just left a couple pitches up to us. Fortunately, we didn't miss them.
Yeah, the 1 for 150 is it's already that's the one that's being held, that's sold.
The teams moved west for the first playoff game in Anaheim since 1986. In the warm California sun, the Yankees' bats exploded, but the Angels never lost faith.
Honestly, I was sitting in the dugout going, yeah, 6-1, we're down, but I think we're going to win this game.
The Angels bullpen stemmed the tide with 7 innings of shutout ball, led by 20-year-old newcomer Francisco Rodriguez, who was a revelation.
I saw him in AAA this year, and I was just like, oh my God, who is this guy? So I knew he's good.
Everything I heard about this guy was, just wait until you see this. You're like, okay, whatever. I'm sure he's good. Let's see how good. He stepped on the hill that first time we saw him, and I was like,
Griffey and a Pete Rose.
He seems fearless, for
Jordan, unfortunately, that would have been feasible probably about a year or two ago. It's just that Rose is way up now.
The rally monkey up on the scoreboard, and this place went berserk.
The rally monkey is the Angels' good luck charm that can't appear until late in the game. But when it does, the fans go bananas, and so do Anaheim's bats. Just ask the Yankees and their 6-1 lead.
That's one of those few times where you're actually aware of everything's
Not completely far off there, but
this is like something out of Natural. I mean, it was just something out of a movie or something, It was huge.
The following day, the Angels had a request for starter Jared Washburn.
just do whatever I could to keep us in the ball game, and we exploded that 5th inning.
guys, let me know if you want to see that list. What's up, Javi?
It's a great feeling. It was a great feeling.
We have a list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
These fans have getting that extra boost of adrenaline to get you over the top. And it was great to beat the Yankees at home in front of these fans. Still, a dark championship series history hung over this franchise. In 1982, they blew a 2-games-to-none lead. In 1986, they were 2 games up and 1 strike away. And in 1995, a 13-game lead in August disappeared. But in 2002, the Angels spent their first 2 games in Minnesota.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Washburn once again came up huge. The Angels weren't about to let this bid for the pennant slip away, not with me hitting an incredible .320 in the postseason. And a wonder kid who was masterful on the mound. You see, 20-year-olds know 42 years is a long, long time to wait. And on clinching day, Adam Kennedy became just the 3rd player in CS history.
Say the word list in the chat if you want to see that list. Or if you want to see any specific player that you know that we have, let me know.
This is ridiculous. We're having our cake and eating it too.
He's our little sleeper, you know. I mean, people don't expect much of him, but he stocks it to you. How can you top that? It's unbelievable.
The juice was over. These Angels had a date with a World Series.
They have the final ball come up.
And Prince hits a pop fly.
And it was hit to me. I was so excited. I couldn't wait for it to come down and just the release of emotions.
And the Anaheim Angels are the 2002 American League champions.
Just to see that when you're running up to the mountain, you see your friends.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
We beat the Yankees. We beat Minnesota. We're going to a World Series where everybody never expect us to be.
You know, Fish, he's definitely one of the leaders on this team. And we got him and Erskine and Percy, these guys that have been around so long. You know, myself, I'm a new guy coming in or whatever. So I just kind of sat back a little bit and watched these guys celebrate. It was the most amazing thing I'd ever seen.
It was the first World Series ever with 2 wild cards.
We're live at Edison Field in Anaheim. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Rory Marcus along with Terry Smith. It's Game 1 of the World Series 2002. The Anaheim Angels and the San Francisco Giants.
The Angels have waited more than 4 decades for the chance to be on a World Series stage. Ballz, too, had endured a 17-year wait and fresh off 2 of the greatest seasons ever.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Winners themselves, Giants manager Dusty Baker and Angels skipper Mike Scioscia had shared World Series glory in 1981 as teammates on the Dodgers. Together, they learned their trade from one of the best.
Both of them played a long time for me. They played with a lot of desire, a lot of loyalty, and a lot of dedication. What I liked about Dusty was he always asked me why I would do certain things. He was a leader on the ball club, and he knew
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
the way he handled the business there, the way the other players looked up to him. Both of them had all the requirements that I saw to want to be a manager in the Major League. I'm very, very proud of them, believe me.
The hands were dealt for the first All-California World Series in 13 years. It was time to play the wild card.
It's a sea of red out there in the seats. The fans are whipped almost to it. I think it's going to be waiting a long time for this. The Angels take the field. Jared Washburn goes to the mound.
You dream about pitching big games when you're a kid. Pitching the World Series is the biggest game you can get.
After putting down the first 2 batters, Washburn faced Jeff Kent with an eye on keeping the game's most feared hitter from reaching the plate.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. Washburn, as he's walking off the field, says, "Let's go."
You know, I'm always pretty intense, very competitive. I'm always screaming and pumping my fist, and some people probably don't like it, but I think it's up a little bit when the games are this important.
A great beginning for Jared Washburn. The Giants go down in order. Barry Bonds left on deck.
Not to be outdone, Jason Schmidt needed just 9 pitches to complete his first.
Here is Schmidt's 0-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. He blew that one right by him. So just like the Giants, the Angels go down 1-2-3 in the first.
Finally, the moment arrived. The game's best player stepped to the plate on the game's biggest stage. His world premiere at the World Series. It was a moment that truly called for something special.
Love him or not, it's a good day in baseball when Major League Baseball's best player gets a chance to play in the World Series.
But how do you face someone this locked in?
We're going to try to hedge it somewhat of, pitching aggressively, but yet making sure he didn't hurt us.
He's facing Jared Washburn, the left-hander right here. And a high fastball. Barry takes it.
All year long, Wash has been a guy that he's not intimidated or he won't back down from anybody. He'll go after him.
This situation dictates Washburn challenging Barry Bonds as much as he can. That just missed, and the count 2 balls, no strikes.
There was just something about him, his demeanor, like he was a man with a mission.
So there's a shot deep in the right field. That one is on its way. And way back out of here. Home run. So Barry Bonds, in his first World Series, in his first at-bat in that World Series, launches a tape measure home run to the right of the 365 marker and way out of here. And the first blow of this World Series is struck by none other than Bonds himself, 1-0 San Francisco.
That's Barry. That's so Barry. I mean, you know, he has a flair for the dramatic. It didn't surprise us at all. I mean, we were quite happy to see it.
After 17 years, one swing.
Just one swing to seize the moment. You get caught up in the game and the way it's going, and then you can feel the electricity in the dugout. It's just spontaneous. It happens. It's nothing you sit back and think about when I'm going to scream or yell.
So Bonds wins round one.
Barry Bonds, one of the best hitters ever, hit it out of the park.
Well, if Washburn was waiting all week to go after him, he doesn't like the result right now.
Kind of smiled. Wasn't surprised it happened because I made a mistake. So I thought, well, yeah, smile, shrug it off, try to get the next down.
2 batters later, Sanders, benched in Game 5 of the LCS, had a shot at redemption. You know, sometimes guys try to do too much, put a little too much pressure on themselves. We finally got him into a more relaxed feel.
There's a drive to deep right field. Tim Salmon back on that one at the wall, and that's 2 in the inning for the Giants.
As they had all year, the Giants played the long ball for a 2-0 lead. The Angels seemed unfazed.
Hey, there. Hey, so it was going to be this. So let's go. Keep going. Put some zeros up there. We're going to get this. Yeah.
Never before had the first 3 hits of a World Series been home runs. But Troy Gloss now looked to change that.
I was just trying to get a gauge off Jason. You know, I never faced him before.
Here's the 0-1 pitch to Gloss. Swing and a miss. Oh, that's a good breaking ball by Schmidt.
I got 2 strikes on him. He held off some pretty good pitches that I threw him.
And the pitch is fouled away. Troy just got a piece of it.
I was just trying to get on base. You know, trying to get something started.
And I just kind of laid a slider in there.
Slider belted to left field. Barry Bonds will not catch that one. It's gone. Well, Bonds can do it. Sanders can do it. And Troy says, don't forget about me. His 5th home run of the playoffs.
He's proven it, you know. I mean, he's led the league in home runs, and that's no fluke. He's got some of the best raw power I've seen.
Troy Gloss has a pretty fluid, even swing for a right-handed batter, and that was flushed in the left field.
Just as impressive was Washburn, whose fastball was sinking and rising. The Giants simply didn't know where to look.
That's the deal. They're changing their eye level. It's the other way. Beautiful. That's right. Why do you guys do it up here? You like to do it down there. All right. Follow the floor. They're facing down, and they got to follow the bounce. Beautiful.
Sure, Meanwhile was formulating a pitching plan.
Guys, if you want to see our list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs, say the word list in the chat.
To be honest with you, I really haven't heard about the offense. I know different media and stuff writes a lot. I see a lot of stuff on TV, but I want to make my own opinion of what I thought. We just kind of decided we were going to go after it.
Each time his Angels had their trademark rally in the works, Schmidt found a way to snuff it out.
The Angels are getting chances. There's no doubt about it. Now they need someone to come through with a clutch hit.
But that phase that the game was eluding them. No ifs, ands, or buts about it.
And it's popped up on the right side. Foul territory.
It went up, and I immediately called it so that Benito would know that I had it.
Say the word list if you want to see that list.
Lucky I fell on my backside because I never lost sight of the ball.
Back. The 6-time Gold Glove Award winner gets a big second out here in the 5th.
It was a big out because first and third with 1 out. There's so many ways you can score that guy from third, and now with 2 outs, it puts a lot of pressure on the guy behind him. He's got to get a base hit to score that run.
Swing and a miss. The Angels threatened but failed to score.
Who should know better than Snow that no 2 at-bats are ever alike? And with 1 on in the 6th, he began to figure Washburn out.
It's my third at bat off Washburn, and actually my first two bats seemed a lot of pitches off. So my second at bat, I had a really good bat, worked the walk, and I think I saw like 10 pitches off him. Threw one right down the middle, got a good look at it, and I just tried to tell myself to drive the ball to left center.
Hits one into left center field. Well hit. Back in the track at the wall. Making 4-1 Giants in the sixth.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Washburn allowed 3 home runs in a game, but this was no solo shot, and Jared was gone. Still, this was a team with 43 comeback wins.
This team, we are no quit. We never think we're out of it. We get our 9 at bats. We think we have a good chance.
Was another comeback in the works?
Hitting a home run gives teams.
Say the word list if you want to see my list of over 300 signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
Troy Glass has had 6 home runs.
Next, LCS MVP Adam Kennedy brought the Angels even closer.
Into right field, that's going to get down for a hit. Fulmer scores, and it's a 1-run game again.
The momentum was shifting the Angels' way, and the Anaheim fans were not surprised. Schmidt was gone, but he had done his job.
Their game plan is to get into the 6th or 7th inning of the league, turn it over the bullpen.
Felix Rodriguez stopped any further trouble.
They're in the World Series for a reason. They have one of the best bullpens.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Closer, Rob Mann, one of few players in the ballpark with World Series experience.
Bottom of the 9th inning, and Rob Mann is in for the Giants.
Rob got his first 2 World Series saves with the wild-card Florida Marlins in '97. As the Angels soon discovered, number 3 was a negative.
2 out. Nasty pitch from San Francisco right-hander.
Guardians. I have Cleveland, guys. I don't have any current Guardians, though. I have Tomei. I have. Who else do I have with Cleveland? Give me 1 second. Take a look at the list. Let me send you the list. B-Mark. Make things easier. I got you. Ryan, I'm sending you that list so you could see who I have on Cleveland. Make it easier for you. I did have Adobe, but that sold. That list just went through to you. I do have Bell, Feller, Carlos B. Luis Taint. You able to see that list, B. Merck?
The Angels have Ortiz on the ropes early in the game. 3 consecutive hits for the Angels.
Let me know if you guys want to see that list. If you're looking for anyone specific. B. Merck, guys, for Indians, and I gave him the list of a bunch of Indians. I got you. Don't call.
Situations this year, we just kind of feed on a couple hits and get a few runs, and it's built up to some big innings for us.
You could check your messages now. Don't call.
The Angels, while they're hot, want to get as many as they can.
Good idea. But when Aker walked Ballz in the second, it spelled trouble.
people think that Barry's only going to beat you with a home run. But if you keep walking on and getting on base, I mean, it's more chances for us to score.
A one-out single put runners on the corners for the resurgent Sanders.
Dave Justice. I actually do have Dave Justice. Hey, Web. You interested?
Gave us a huge lift, down 5-0, hits a 3-run homer.
On the Justice, I'm looking for 65.
I've faced Apier quite a bit in the past, but it's always different in the playoffs.
I believe Upper Deck. I'm not positive though. I think Upper Deck. But as far as COAs goes, I'm not sure if you're familiar with Out or Safe, the Facebook group. It has also been run through Out or Safe. And they're the best. So they said it was safe. You got it.
Giants are going to make a change, and Russ Ortiz has a terrible outing in Game 2 of the World Series.
Ortiz left in the second. Apier in the third. The shortest series outing by two starters in 45 years.
So Apier does not last much longer than did Ortiz. The starter for Game 4 for Mike Sosa, John Lackey, is coming in. Sosa is managing this game. When I came into the game, it's really just kind of taking it as a start. I didn't know how long I was going to
Justice.
go, as hard as I could for as long as they let me out there.
Where are you? This is going to be him. Yep.
So, kind of shut down their offense, let our guys get back to swinging the bats.
The Giants countered with Chad Zerbe, a 10-year minor league veteran, embarking on 4 gutsy innings. An epic relief appearance by World Series standards.
The performance Chad gave was huge. A lot of people don't realize that guy hasn't pitched in a game in about 3 weeks. And to come in last
65.
pitches, and it was a huge lift for us.
Down by 2 in the 5th, San Francisco struck again.
The Giants with the bases loaded. With 1 out, JT Snow, the former Angel who put the big hurt to his former team last night, not trying to do it again. A base hit to the outfield to tie this game. Now, ball to right field, a base hit. Aurelian scores. Here comes Bob.
All right, you got it. You got it. Should still be here for tomorrow's show.
They didn't stop there, scoring 2 more for the lead.
Hey, Web, if you do know that you want it, though, for sure, I can hold it. Let me know.
Trailing by 1 in the 6th. Francisco Rodriguez to add still another chapter to his amazing story.
I would do 60. It's just that when we run those, they never run lower than 70. So I feel like 65 is pretty fair. Like I've never run one of those on here, and it runs lower than 70.
For a young kid like that to come into this postseason situation and perform the way he has is kind of special. I don't know if we'll see it again for a long time.
Say the word list, guys, if you want to see that list. Signed, authenticated Major League Baseballs.
In the bottom of the 6th, the rallying
Say the word list.
classic appearance with Erstad on second for Anderson.
Here at the Angels top RBI man this season.
Let me know who you guys are looking for. Any Dodgers? At the moment, I really only have like Koufax, Campanella, Pee Wee Reese, Greg Maddux, Manny Ramirez. Um, but I will have Freeman and Betts back in. Uh, Freeman I'll have in for tomorrow's show, and Betts I'll have in for Wednesday's show.
Giants came out swinging the bats, and they really kept the pressure on us. And when he came in,
No Hyasung Kim.
those were huge innings for us. Give us a chance to get back into it.
At the end of the eighth, K-Rod left the World Series stage. The Angels
D-Love, Pete Rose, Robin Roberts, Aaron Nola, Steve Carlton,
Just trying to keep the inning going when you're facing guys.
Ryan Howard, Kurt Schilling. Trying to think if there's anyone that I'm missing. Oh, I forget that Pedro. D-Love, I have a whole list if you want to see the list. I have a whole list of pricing.
He's been in this organization his whole career. He's dedicated his life to the Angels.
I send it to you.
Such a big time game. I was just so happy for him.
Now that you let me know that you want it, I'm going to send it to your messages. All right, Dustin?
To watch him battle out of it and then come in the postseason and have a night like that, just to see him enjoy that kind of success on this stage is great. Since I hit it, it was a home run.
If anyone else wants to see that list that we just sent over to Dustin, say the word list in the chat, and we'll get it right over to you. No problem, D.
Myself, hey, get the first two guys out, then be real cautious with what I do. Once we scored the 2 runs, I said, okay, now the focus has changed. You go attack the first 2 guys, and if you get them out, great.
Trying to get that glare going. That glare's got to be annoying for you guys. Sorry.
If he's taking a strike, great. I get a free one. If he's not, you got a chance of getting him out. You got a chance of hitting a home run. You take what you get.
Say the word list if you want to see that list. Oof, Patty Bonds, how you doing?
I became a fan. I wanted to see Percy challenge him and see what. That's a great matchup right there. Percy challenged him and Perry. I mean, he rose to the occasion. I mean, what can you say? I mean, he hit a ball that I've never seen a ball hit that far.
That's why you make sure when Barry comes up, no one's on base.
Especially anytime he steps to the plate, because you kind of halfway expect something like that to happen.
Just think of Barry's blast. Persevere.
The crowd rejoices. What a show put on by these two clubs. The Angels' first ever World Series win. Just another Halo victory.
I loved K-Rod.
Game 3 was a poignant reminder of the past.
The last time the World Series took place in San Francisco back in 1989, just before the start of game number 3. Hey, I'll tell you what, we got an earth.
As word began to filter in just how bad the damage was, Major League Baseball postponed Game 3 until the Bay Area could cope and recover. took 12 days before Game 3 was played. It took more than 12 years.
Say the word list, guys.
To return to San Francisco.
1989 was the last World Series game played here, so it's been a bit of a wait. It'll be the Giants and the Angels in Game 3 of this 2002 World Series. That's a playoff over here, boy. Yeah, that's why you're in the World Series. It's fun.
Catalyst Kenny Lofton was hoping home field would wake up his bat.
Stay back. Take it.
And Bonds was so focused, it really didn't matter who was pitching to the Angels.
You know, just what he's saying. I don't care who pitches. When it comes there, I'm going to hit.
The reigning Giants home run king, Willie Mays, threw out the first pitch to Bonds, his godson. Mays probably would have enjoyed facing Anaheim starter Ramon Ortiz, who in 2002 gave up 40 home runs, the most in majors. In the bottom of the first, it was a walk to Lofton that gave Ortiz trouble, especially when Kenny made him pay with his speed.
Lofton goes to pitch to a really swing and a miss. Two down to second.
If you guys want to see that list, let me know.
The Angels chose to intentionally walk Bonds to load the bases with one out. Having grown accustomed to the strategy, Benito Santiago looked to make the Angels regret it.
The Giants with a hit could be off to a great start. Ortiz sets the pitch to Benito. Breaking ball is tapped towards second. Kennedy will only be able to get one, and the run scores. Lofton comes in. It's 1-0 Giants.
San Francisco had to be confident with Livan Hernandez on the mound. Livan was the MVP of the 1997 World Series and had an unblemished record in the playoffs.
LeVon had never lost in the postseason, and he had been throwing the ball very well. This guy will throw any pitch at any count. He's very, very tough.
But the Angels gave him trouble by playing hit and run in the third.
Here's a spot on 3-1. Exton takes off. Erskine rips it fair down into the corner. Exton will dig for third and home. It's a double for Erskine. And it's second and third with nobody out for the Angels here in the third.
The Angels now are set up nicely. Nobody out of their big hitters coming up. So here now is Tim Salmon.
Here's the 2-2 pitch. Ground ball to third. Off the glove of Bell. He throws to first base low, and it's too late. The run is in. The Angels tie the ball game up at 1-1. And Salmon beats the throw to first base. Moving to his right. Ball took a tricky hop, hitting the heel of the glove. Then he hurriedly throws low, but can't get Salmon.
After Garrett Anderson flew out, Troy Gloss set his sights on breaking a 1-1 tie.
The runners go. The pitch is whacked into left field. First down, around third, he will score. The Angels get their first lead in the game, 2-1.
I think our club does a great job at making adjustments in which we see what the pitcher's doing. Once we get in that situation and once the inning starts going, no one wants to make that final out. We want to keep pushing.
Let me know if you want to see that list.
It's a bullet into left field to drive in the go-ahead run here in the third inning.
This was the Angels' attack that had rattled pitchers throughout the playoffs. But the Giants had to be surprised they were getting to their veteran playoff pitcher and sought a strategy for Scott Spezio.
Just make sure he stops over here. Don't let him get any running jumps on you. You're fine. Get that double play right here. Back up home plate now.
2-1 to Spezio. There goes Gloss. The pitch is lined into right center field. That's in there for a hit, and it's going to roll all the way to the 421 side. Salmon scores. Gloss scores. It's a triple for Spezio. The Angels lead it 4-1.
His strength is unpredictability, throwing a pitch at any time, getting the ball down and trying to get some ground balls. When you see a lot of line drives, you know they're centering the baseball.
That the Angels batted around in the third was amazing for a World Series game. That they would do so again in the fourth was unprecedented.
2 men on with 1 man out. Here is Garrett Anderson, and Hernandez right back into some serious trouble. There go the runners. It's a strike, and there'll be no fault. They got a great jump. It's a double steal.
Look at the first bed.
couldn't get anybody's attention. Do a spin move or something, keep him close to their timing the whole time.
First, he saw an opening to try to steal third base, and the key there was Tim Salmon being able to recognize that Ersky was going to be aggressive, to follow him the second and give us a huge opportunity to put runners on second and third.
And now the Angels have runners on second and third. And there goes the ground ball double play possibility.
Anderson's RBI ground out finished Hernandez for the night. But reliever
If you guys want to see that list, let me know.
the Angels were doing this without the benefit of a home run. And Spezio had become an RBI machine.
Spezio, ground ball to a Don cannot come up with the ball. It's into right field for a base hit. But Salmon is coming to score. It's another RBI for Spezio, and it is a 6-1 Angel lead.
A very difficult lineup fielded by the Angels. Contact, often hard contact.
Guys, if you want to see that list of signed, authenticated Major League Baseball, say the word list in the chat.
It drives in a run. It is 7-1 Anaheim. My goodness.
Witasic stayed in the game. But Anaheim would add insult to injury.
A 1-1. Molina dumps one into right field. That gets down for a hit. It's 8-1 Angels. Get that merry-go-round going. There's no stopping this.
The serenity outside Packbell Park revived the tremors inside as the Giants looked ready to explode.
Giant fans who have not had much to cheer about tonight.
Say the word list in the chat if you want to see that list of authenticated baseballs.
Aurelia, deep to left. Looking up is Anderson. Out of here. And it's 8-2.
Giants followed with a single. And with a 6-run lead, the Matador chose to face the Raging Bull.
Bonds could make it a 4-run game. 1 on, 1 out. To the center field. Back at the wall. It's a 4-run game. Another blast from Barry Bonds.
We're just trying to go low and away, try to get that corner outside. I think the pitch he hit was right middle, waist high for Barry, big guy, and hit it out.
That was phenomenal how far that ball traveled to that center field. And this, he becomes the first player to hit home runs each of his first 3 World Series games.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
The major leagues, Bonds continued to shed the burden of the ghosted playoffs past. Still, there wasn't much else the Giants could do in their World Series home debut. From the very start, this one belonged to the team in red.
Sean Weiss delivers, and the pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 3. The Angels pound the Giants in Game 3. 10-4 the final score, and just another Halo victory. They've done it again. The Angels lead the World Series 2-1.
Say the word list in the chat, guys.
Park in San Francisco.
Series as the series shifted north, everyone expected the Angels bats like the weather going to the deep freeze, but it is business as usual for this Anaheim club.
The Anaheim Angels have been rampaging around the bases almost at will over the last 2 games. But Dusty Baker and the Giants feel as though they have a pitcher that can stop that tonight.
Dusty Baker is very pleased that this game is falling in the hands of Kurt Reader.
What's the Reader got? How far do you got to go through? 6, 7? I hope so. Yeah. People 6, 7.
On the other side, John Lackey, he's already made an appearance in this World Series in Game 2. Giants say, well, let's see how he comes back after that a few days later and pitches in this Game 4.
But before the pitching fireworks got underway,
Let me know if you guys want to see that list or if you want to see any specific player.
as voted by the fans.
Every fan is connected to the game by a chain of remarkable events.
Here are the 10 most memorable moments in Major League Baseball history.
I was so proud to be out there in Game 4, to be in Pac Bell, and to see how that nice presentation, and to realize that I was living during some of those greatest moments. Not only that, but I had a chance to be a part of that. I was looking at him, and he knows all the players, he knows their numbers, he knows their betting stances. Just thinking about what a wonderful year it's been, and how fortunate I felt for us to be there. I told Pete I played the game hard because of him. And he just looked at me and smiled. I said, thank you. And since you touched the hit king, I said, well, we'll get a lot of hits tonight. But before the Giants' bats could get booming, Reader would have to silence the Angels. And keeping Eckstein off the base paths was a good start.
Swinging a bouncing ball to Aurelia. Big hop at the knee. Good snow. Wow. Early on, you're looking for good breaks. There's one right there.
I just tried to go into it with the same attitude that I have, all the regular season and my other postseason starts. And just try and keep the ball down, let my defense work, and give the guys a chance to win and keep it close.
Racky's strategy was a bit more basic. Simply keep the ball away from Barry Bonds.
Every time he came up was a situation where you don't want to let him hurt you. So we intentionally walked him, put him on, and took our chances with the next guy.
Well, they're going to walk Bonds again, just like they did last time, with runners at first and third, and one out.
It's like playing with fire, but this time, Benito Santiago got burned.
Swinging a bouncing ball near the bag at second. Eckstein steps on second, throws the park. Double play, and Lackey gets out of it. The Giants missed a golden opportunity in the first inning.
The Angels scored a run in the second to take a 1-0 lead. In the third, they threatened once again.
This is a matchup that Kurt Reader wants to stay away from. Facing Kloss with men on base. He's already hit 6 postseason home runs. Gets into one to center field here. Back at the track at the wall. It is gone. A home run number 7. A 2-0 pitch. 3-0 Anaheim.
In that situation, off a guy like Kurt Reader, he wants you to get you out in front, wants you to try to pull. So I was trying to make sure I stayed, up the middle, right center, and he left the ball up a little bit.
These Giants pitchers figure out a way to slow down this Anaheim offense. The Giants are going to have to figure out a way to outslug this Anaheim team.
So in an effort to keep the game from spinning out of control, the Giants turned to their secret weapon, the second best hitting pitching staff in the game.
1-2 pitch, Reader. Slow hopper, pulling it out. A wicked bounce. A goal to first. Got it time.
The ball hit off the front of the plate, and it took a funny spin when it hit the grass, and it was just perfect placement. It was in between Benji and I, and neither one of us had a play.
You couldn't place a ball much better for an evening hit. Or could you?
Reader at first with nobody out. Lofton bunts it, third base side, and this one is going to roll, and roll, and roll, and roll, and it's a fair ball. Loss picked it up, thinking it was foul, and it was called fair by the home plate umpire, Mike Winters.
I think Troy saw it go foul and right away went to grab it. And as he was picking it up, it trickled back onto the line somehow. The advantage of playing at home, you might know how the line is sloped and things like that. But I think that could have happened anywhere.
2 infield hits here really saved the Giants, put them in a situation where they may be able to do something.
Preferably something that would travel more than 20 feet.
2 balls and 2 strikes to Aurelia. Here's the pitch. Swing and drive and a right center field. That's a nice hit. Here comes Reader. He's trucking home. Lost in the third. Scoring is Reader. It's 3-1. The next pitch again. Swing and a high pop up into right field. Lofton makes challenge Salmon. Salmon's underneath it. He makes the catch. Here comes Lofton. Here's the throw. Not in time. Lofton scores. The ball shoots by the catcher, and Aurelia slides in the second. It's a 3-2 game. Aurelia took second. It does open up first base, and it gives the Angels the easy option of walking Ballz. Put runners at first and second. Santiago.
Barry, he's a threat, especially with guys on base. With a right-hand hitter on deck, I think Mike just